Welcome, everyone, to day one of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. I am extra excited this time because it is our last show of 2024. Not our very last show, just of this year, which means it's a lot of reflection time. It's time to talk about goals, aspirations, even those core messages that we have, so that we have something to think about over the holidays before we come back in the new year. So today, my guest co-host is Connie
Hi,
from, I'm
everybody.
assuming, Mission Computers. Connie, can you tell us a little bit about you so that we know where you're coming from and who you are today?
All right. Well, yes, sir. Thank you for letting me join today, Laura. My name is Connie Clark. I'm with Mission Computers. I am in the business of helping people learn and understand and love or kind of love their technology that they're using. And so I'm a 30 plus year entrepreneur. I have my own business, work from my home office here. And I love helping people just go further with whatever they're doing and become more productive in their world by embracing the technology and not fighting with it. So that's kind of a little bit of what I do.
Oh, I'm going to laugh just a little bit because I think this is the first show in a very long time where we didn't start off the show and the entire week with major tech issues.
Oh, there you go. See, the universe is on our side today.
I know. I can't remember. No, last time we started off with a gentleman who we could see on on the video here on StreamYard, but we couldn't hear him and he couldn't
Right.
hear us. So I had to voice call him on Facebook Messenger.
Yeah.
And I had my headphones set up so that we didn't have the reverberation. Time
Yeah.
before that, we couldn't see or hear the person.
Oh my
So I
gosh.
couldn't bring them up to stage. So I had my camera set up like this on my tripod with a little light, and I'm talking to my phone as if she was sitting right beside me.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah. I don't fix tech, and I get as frustrated as anybody else when those things happen. I'm all about using the applications to their fullest ability. So when
Exactly.
someone says, "Hey, come fix this," or if I'm at somewhere and the presentation system is not working, they do like to call on me, but I'm like, I don't fix it. I
No.
can help. I know about as much as you guys, but I hate it when my printer doesn't work. That's when I like to call
Yeah.
the IT guys, like, so
But the way I'll connect it in is that you and I both love when we just understand our tech and tools and programs enough that when crap hits the fan, you know how to work your way around it,
right. Yeah.
right? You just
Yeah.
do your best with what you have in the moment. And if you understand the platforms and tools that you use, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. And it's kind of like anything in life, right? I mean, you're going to get roadblocks every so often. So how you react to it is going to make a difference as to how you can deal with it. So, respond. You could be frustrated, but just, look at it in such a way as this is a learning opportunity. There's a reason why I'm stopped here.
Yeah.
Okay, take a breath, figure out the best way to continue, right? And so that's with anything.
I'm going to take that segue into my introduction, the respond versus react part. So, for those who've never met me before or need a little refresher, my name is Laura Lake. I am the host here of Blue Talks Amplify Your Message for Corey and Blue Talks, but I also do my own events off to the side. I love talking to heart centered entrepreneurs, just like you and I. We are so message driven and mission driven and passion driven, usually because of something that we've been through or somebody that we know, or we have that close connection and that story of struggle. Usually, what happens is we tend to gloss over that struggle. We don't like to talk about the emotions, we don't like to talk about the vulnerability, but that's my sweet spot.
Mm.
Because you know how we talked about all the different skills that we have? We are so multi-passionate that maybe many of us have about 50 different skills that we've acquired over the years.
Yeah.
Well, how do you market that? And how do you share that with your audience, with your potential clients?
Yeah.
Do you market the 50 different skills? Do you market the 10 different titles? No, you actually market to the emotional journey.
Mm.
Yeah. So I love figuring out, well, what is the emotion that inspired you to learn that skill? What is the emotion from that big struggle of moment, the big struggle moment that keeps happening, right? So it's not just about your origin story, it's about how that has evolved and progressed to lead you to those 50 different skills. So now
Right.
you're having a conversation at the root instead of the surface. And that's where I find many of these conversations to go. Connie, what I didn't tell you behind the scenes is when I start interviews with people here, I learn so much about them in 3 words before they ever tell me anything about them.
Oh,
So I have a favorite opening question. And if you've ever watched the show, you've probably heard me say it over and over and over. But I'm going to ask you right now, Connie,
okay.
before we talk about Blue Talks and stuff. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
All right. I think they did ask me on the last show this one.
Oh,
So,
yes. Good.
so I was kind of thinking, okay, I might have a little different words than last time, but
Always.
what comes to mind immediately, and I'm just going to go with that, is
Yeah.
I hope people see me as someone that's kind, someone that's welcoming, and someone that truly wants to help them.
Truly help them. Yeah. And I love this question because one, it's research. And I'm so happy that Ani did ask you when I wasn't there last week, or I guess last month.
Yeah. They were different answers then, but
Oh, always. Every single moment we ask,
yeah.
it's going to be slightly different.
Yeah.
But it tells me who you are as a human being. It
Hmm.
tells me what you value. It tells me what you value in other people. It tells me a little bit about your relationship with other people. It tells me how you show up in the world.
Hmm.
And sometimes, depending on how articulate the words are, they can even tell me if you're in the right area of expertise or not.
Mm,
But
cool.
that's something that you need to practice for a while
Yeah.
and have that understanding of people,
Yeah.
which I love.
And
Absolutely
what
love.
are your 3 words? Have we asked you that? Or?
My typical 3 words, I put it right in my bio, which is actually why I started this question, is I
Okay. Yeah.
start my bio with Laura Lake is a playful luminary change maker.
Mm,
So I used to suppress my playfulness because I talk about emotions. I talk about vulnerability. It's a very heavy topic, usually. So when you have somebody who's bubbly and excited and loves life, and we're talking about the deepest struggle moments, it feels off until I've realized that in order to get deep, we have to also allow the super highs, right? So
right.
many of us live in this realm, but if you
Yeah.
want to go below that typical surface, you have to break that boundary. And if you know anything about emotions, what happens with emotions is there's 2 sides that are always together. Even in the movie Inside Out, right? We have joy holding hands of sadness. They
Right.
go everywhere together.
Hmm.
So then when you're living life like this, you're not rocking the boat very much. But as soon as you go deeper, you go higher too.
Mm.
And if I want people to go deep, I have to allow myself to go that high too.
Mm. Nice.
So we can balance. Yeah. So those are my typical. But if you ask me today, because life is always changing, right?
Right.
I want to be seen as somebody who questions,
Mm.
right? That energy of pushing the boundaries.
Mm.
Because I don't like to take things at face value. If you tell me something, I used to think that anything people told me was just the truth. It was right. No questions asked.
Right.
And then life happens and you think differently.
Yeah.
I'm on that other side where I'm like, I'm going to be questioning because I think I could do it better.
Yeah. Nice.
Or I'd love to be able to do it better.
Yeah.
Right? Can we make this better together? So that energy, whatever word we want to put on that. And then also, I'm going to use the word expressive today because we've held back so much of our expression, which
Mm.
helps us see our authenticity. That I got to the point where I don't really know who I am without all of the people in my life, without the job titles in my life, without the skills in my
Right.
life. Like, who am I as a human being? So that expression is really important. And I guess the last one would be loving. I really, I really want people to feel as though they're a valuable human being, no matter who they are, where they
Mhm.
come from, how we know each other. I've literally met people and I was like, I just love your energy. Can I give you a hug? Do you want to be my best friend? And then we hugged for like 30 seconds and we're like, I love you so much. And then we never talk to each other because we never see each other again.
Right.
But
Yeah.
like, I just need human beings to know that they are lovely and wonderful. And if you find the people that align with you,
Hmm.
you don't need 20 years of getting to know each other.
Hmm.
Literally have 2 seconds.
Nice.
So I love this.
Mm, very
So
good.
Connie, is there anything else that you want to share about you? And then we'll talk about Blue Talks for a little bit.
Well, actually, I was just I wrote down some words, kind of somewhere in the beginning of our talking together here, and it's I think you've actually repeated some of them because I was thinking, what is it about me that's kind of gotten me to where I am? And
Ooh.
the words were curiosity, like I'm always curious,
Uh-huh.
and I am caring. I do care, like I do
Yeah.
care to get to the end or to help people, and love the challenges, and I love being creative in some form. So that's I think a lot of that you already mentioned, but I don't know. That's just kind of what I came here today with, that those kind of words in my mind.
I think that's also a perfect segue to talk about Blue Talks because that's how I see the Blue Talks brand and the people in our community. Again, for those who don't know what Blue Talks is, blue up there in the corner
Yeah.
stands for business, life, and the universe. So many times we're in the business setting where they tend to think that emotions are not professional. Any
Mm.
sort of feminine aspects are not professional, right? The nurturing, the emotions, all of those yin yang. I'm not familiar with all of the wording for this, so my apologies, but I'm working on it. There's the feminine and the masculine, not female, male, but feminine,
Mm.
masculine. All of those feminine things tend to not be seen as professional. And so in this space with Blue Talks, I finally feel like I found a family, all the F sounds apparently, that
Mhm.
just feels like home because I'm allowed to be all of me here. And I don't even have to be a client, even though I've been a client for like years, like a
Mm.
decade at this point. But we are heart centered. We are mission driven. I mean, Corey talks about passion and purpose all the time. Also, Corey's East Coast, Canada.
Oh.
And if you know anything about East Coast Canada, most of our business comes from hospitality and tourism.
Mm.
So we have that opening, welcoming, loving kind of vibe to us where we just want to serve.
Right. Yeah.
And I felt that so much from Corey from day one
Mm.
that
Mhm.
I'm like, I need to like follow this man around and figure out what he's doing because he's going the same direction I am.
Yeah.
Only he's 2 steps ahead. So it's great.
Yeah.
So Connie, what do you know about Blue Talks before I dive a little deeper?
What do I
Because
know about
you're new,
blue?
aren't you?
Well, I do think the same as you there, that it is a wonderful community, and I love how they've married the words together, business, life, and the universe. Because really, if you want to be a true business person, you need to look at your life as a whole and how you can kind of wrap it together. And you
Mhm.
also have to appreciate the universe has got your back. And universe you can think of in any way that you want to, whether it is spiritual, or a certain being, God, or Buddha, or whomever that you're looking at for that. But it's all together, right? We are one person, but we have many hats that we wear, and we have to make sure that things, yeah, you're wearing one now, that things meld together in such a way that we can be authentic. Because to wear one hat 1 minute, and then at the strike of 5 or 4, we wear a different one, and of course we do to some degree, but you still have to be the same kind of person emotionally. I feel
Yeah.
like, or yeah, I'm not sure if I'm getting this across the way I
No,
need to, but
no, it's
the blue
great.
talks, yeah, I liked how they put the words together. I was on the stages just recently, so that was a scary and exciting, frightening, frightening experience, but it was a push experience for me. I can talk in front of any class about Excel or about Microsoft Teams or OneNote, and if I have a computer, I can demo. You could call me up last minute and demo, and I can demo for 10 minutes or 4 hours. It's up to you, and I could be nonstop talking. But put me up in front of a stage where I don't have my computer as my crutch.
Yeah.
That's a push. So
Mhm.
that's why I did it. I thought, you know what, I need to take this next stand because I think I've been trying to get my message out there. My mission is to help people with computers, help people with their technology, and so part of my calling is to really get on those stages a bit more,
Mhm.
and be heart centered about that passion of mine. So
Definitely.
yeah,
Somebody described Blue Talks as TEDx meets Chicken Soup for the Soul meets Mind Valley. If all of them
yeah,
just mushed together and had a baby, that's what Blue Talks is.
yeah,
But if you think of it from that viewpoint and that energy point to exactly what you just said, Connie, like that's a very loving push that says we want to see you grow. We
yeah,
want to see you share your area of expertise and your story matters.
yeah,
How can we find ways to help you do that? And that's what amplifying your message is about, is what is your message? What are the ways you amplify it? I just
yeah,
want to celebrate you for stepping out of your comfort zone and going, yes, I want to be on a stage without my computer crutch. So
yeah.
yeah, yay,
Yeah,
Connie.
yeah, yeah. And being there that day with the other speakers, that some of them was their first time, some of them it was their second or third time speaking. Just being there in their presence, just I don't know, you just kind of had this warmth and love around you for everybody, and
Yeah.
because you just felt this compassion, like because I get you, I understand what you're going through. You're scared to get on that stage too, to some degree, or you're excited, you're living in your power, you're giving your message. Like it's just the bonding experience of that was just something like nothing else that I've seen anywhere, in
Yeah.
terms of being with a group of people. I'd never met any of them before, and now I feel like I really really like these people and enjoy these people, and maybe I'll see them again, maybe I won't, in person, maybe online, probably, but I really do enjoy them, and I appreciate all the people that were around me that day, or those
Mm.
2 days actually.
So you're talking about the Blue Talks live events, which are
Yes, yeah,
much like TEDx events, for those who don't know. Only TEDx is very, you have to have studies, you have to have data. It's very data driven.
yeah.
They don't even like if you say the word God. They don't want
Mm,
anything wishy washy or quote unquote woo woo. Whereas Blue is open to all of those conversations, which is
right.
actually why we attract many people into the Blue Talks.
Yeah,
And I mean, you get to keep your video. You can do with it whatever you want. You can cut it up into little pieces and put
yeah,
it on your social media. I love that part.
yeah.
But I want to ask you which venue were you at?
The University of Alberta.
Ooh, U of A. Okay,
Yeah,
that's exciting. Yeah,
yeah,
the last Blue Talks that I did was in Halifax at the Halifax Convention Center. I mean, usually it's prestigious universities,
yeah.
but timing wise, it just didn't work out in Halifax. So we had the brand new convention center, which I'm
Wow.
very familiar with. I would volunteer for HalCon, which is a huge like nerd convention. It's
Oh
like
yeah.
Comic Con only for us. And it was a talk I was asked to do last minute.
Oh wow.
But then on the bus on the way there, my body was like, we can't do that other talk that you planned last night. You have to do something different. So I was writing notes on the bus on the way to the event to rewrite my talk.
Crazy.
And
Wow.
because I felt in my body like this new story needed to be told.
Hmm.
And I wasn't like, I was working on a different event, a talk for a different event, which has basically been 25 years in the making for this story.
Mm-hmm.
And that Blue Talks was the first rendition of a piece of that. So
Oh,
I've
wow.
died almost 7 times, and I have never really talked about that on stage.
Hmm.
That's what I wanted this talk to be.
Hmm.
But as you said, like the people in the audience just being there and the other speakers with you was so welcoming, because I think I stopped to cry about 4 or 5 times in the middle of my talk. So for those who are afraid of being on stage because you're going to cry, I cry all the time. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
And then they
incredible.
edit it. Yeah. They edited out all the cry faces and just snipped it together for me. Turned out wonderfully. I thought it was going to be a complete disaster. No. Absolutely.
Wow. That's interesting. You were guided at the last minute to do something so powerful,
Mhm.
like get your story out there. That's where, that speaking comes truly from the heart, doesn't it?
I used to hate speaking because I didn't know that professional speakers could speak from their heart.
Hmm.
I thought it was, you have the cue cards, you stand at a podium, you have to memorize it, and don't look down at your cue cards.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Did you have any preconceived notions like that before you got into speaking?
To the Blue Talk speaking, or
Just
is that what you
speaking
mean?
in general. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think, yeah, speaking in general, I felt like the cue card thing. Although I know as an audience member of someone speaking, I really like it when the speaker looks up and kind of makes that eye contact,
Mm.
through the audience. And so I didn't want to be that person that's reading from
Yeah.
something, because you can't make that eye contact, and then you can't, I don't know, it just doesn't come off as authentic as you want it to, or at least as I
Mm.
would want it to. So I'm just like, hey, I can't, because so many of my friends or family have asked me to be the MC at a wedding, because,
Oh.
Connie can speak. Let's let her be the MC. And so I have been MC at many weddings. And I mean, I do have my cards just to keep on track of what I'm doing. But when I'm up there, I'm looking at the people that are attending the wedding, not looking at my cards, because it's not as fun, right? So
Exactly.
yeah. So it's breaking through those barriers and breaking through those the conceptions that we have of how things are supposed to be.
Well, that's why I like these conversations, because many of the listeners, even people that are being interviewed and here as my co-host, they may have those preconceived notions too, or those stories that they tell themselves about, I should be a writer, or this is what podcasting should look like. All the coulda,
Yeah.
shoulda, wouldas.
Yeah.
When really what we want to do here is ask, who is Connie?
Yeah.
What does Connie love? Because as soon as Connie gets into that emotional state of like love and passion and excitement,
Yeah.
that's where her audience wants to go with her,
Right.
into
Yeah.
that passion, that joy and excitement. So if you do things that you hate or that you have so much resistance around, you're going to find your audience is doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
Connie, I want to ask you, what is it that you love when it comes to sharing your message?
I love the I guess the aha moments that my audience has, or even I have. Like I love it when I see somebody out there going, oh my gosh, I had no idea. Or, so, and that's kind of what got me into teaching in the first place with
Mhm.
technology, because I didn't start off that way. I was someone that was more the manager at the computer training place. And I got into a classroom one day, and when I saw that, I'm like, oh, I love this. I love how excited people are, and I love how they're having these aha moments. So, um, yeah, I think that's what I would say.
Mine's really similar, but mine is slightly more specific.
Mm.
I love when the audience falls silent.
Mm.
I revel in the silence,
Mm.
because then I can watch their faces. Right, it's the nonverbal that has more communication. So
Yeah.
when there's silence with me, and I do it on purpose sometimes,
Yeah.
and then you watch the audience and their whole face kind of goes, and you can see how they've connected the dots. Oh,
Yeah.
it is a beautiful sight.
Yeah, I think a similar thing to that for me would be, I love when I have the attention of the room, right? When they're just all like,
Yeah, leaned right in.
so kind of like, what is she going to say next? So just, yeah, love taking them down that little path and, making them wonder what's happening next. So that's fun for me too, because I'm a little bit of a not trickster, but no, it's that curiosity thing where it's like, I can't just give it to you guys. I have to make you work for it, or I have to make it more interesting. I don't want to be a boring computer instructor. I want to, I have to make you remember it. So, telling you to do something is not the same as you discovering that you can do something. Right. And so that's how I think that's more the teaching part of me. But yeah, telling you is different than letting you tell me because you've discovered it.
I remember the first time I discovered my version of speaking, since we already started talking about it. Remember how I thought it was just the cue cards, the podium? I thought it was all of that. We needed to do a talk in French class. Yeah. And the teacher said, I don't really care what you talk about. I'm really just here to grade your French. So you pick whatever subject. It has to be a certain length, all that kind of stuff. And you have to speak it in front of the class. And I'm thinking, I don't know what I want to talk about. I have no idea. Eventually, I pick philosophy. And those phrases where, if a tree falls in a forest and there's nothing there to hear it, does it make a sound?
Yeah.
I took all kinds of phrases like that.
Wow.
And I basically solved them.
Wow.
In French.
Amazing. Wow.
And I think I used my cue cards twice because I couldn't remember the word for the thing.
Okay. Yeah.
But everything else, I was just so passionate about it.
You were in the moment, right? You were in the moment. So you were meant to share that, like when you're in that moment and you're just, it's all coming out of you because that is who you are. That's what you are passionate about. So that's exciting.
And the lesson there was that I was so cerebral with the way that I would come at speaking before that moment that I thought, I have to memorize it. I have to know everything. It has to be word for word. It has to be this, that, the other thing. Yeah. Whereas this was the experience that I needed to say, none of that has to happen. We're in high school. It's like just a little project. It's not life and death, Laura.
Yeah.
Just say something. And so I spoke from my heart instead of my head.
Right.
Yeah. And so if I tripped up, it didn't matter because it felt like conversation. It felt like connecting with the audience.
Yeah.
Which is what good speakers do.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Love it.
So we talked about speaking. You were at U of A.
Yeah.
The first time I did a Blue Talk, it was at Harvard.
Wow. That's amazing.
Blue Talks at Harvard. And then again, it was kind of the night before that I wrote my talk.
You're kidding.
No, I knew what I was going to speak about, but I didn't know how I wanted to order it. That was it. And the way that I do talks is I have an intention sentence. Yeah. Like, here's the intention of the talk. So no matter what, wherever I go, this is the intention, come back to it.
Yeah.
But then I had my three main points and then a couple points under each one just to kind of, here's the structure of it, order of operations, the content, whatever, however you want to see that. And then I just went in and I read audiences. So I want to know if I'm talking to you and you're nodding a lot, that means you're learning a little bit. And if you're bored, that means you already know, or I'm way off.
Right. Yeah.
So I have to engage with the audience to figure out where you are.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't usually write word for word. But that talk was done with so much passion that I loved it. And then afterwards they came up to me and they're like, when you asked a question at the beginning, somebody raised their hand and it refocused the camera. So now you're all blurry. Do you want to do it again when the audience is gone at the end of the day? And I was like, it's not possible. I'll never get that again.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So I was like, no, we'll just go with the blurry video.
Yeah. That is, wow, that's funny. Oh, love being in the moment.
I love being in the moment. But it taught me a lot about how I like to be on stage and how I like to express myself and where I feel most comfortable.
Yeah.
So, Connie, if we're talking about what's your most comfortable way of speaking, we're just going to stay in speaking for now. What would be your ideal venue, feel, audience? Like, what would that look like for you?
That's a good question. I guess one of the things that I found with the Blue Talks is because I'm so used to doing videos now, thanks to the pandemic, I've done so many videos and now I have a
Yes.
YouTube channel, so I do tons of videos for that as well and do
Mm-hmm.
Facebook Lives. I'm so used to talking to a camera that as soon as I saw those cameras at the Blue Talk stage, I just focused on those cameras. And and it was good because I'm focusing on the cameras, but then it wasn't as good for me because I'm like you. I love looking at the audience. I love interacting with them. But I know for the purpose of recording your video, you want to come across as, whether there's an audience there or not, whoever's watching that video has to resonate with you. So I was a little bit, that was a little bit of a struggle for me. So I love it when I can see the audience, I can engage with them, and yeah, I think that's what you're asking. That's and maybe even talk to them, like have them like ask some questions and have them talk to me about stuff. That's where I think it's the funnest.
I really enjoy interviews. I didn't think I would. I did not think I'd be like Corey with his, I don't know, over 7,500 interviews.
Wow.
I'm up over 300, I think, at this point, just in the last 2 years.
Jeez,
I know, right?
that's a
I
lot.
never thought I'd interview, but what I'm feeling from the interviews is it's kind of like you and I are sitting in a coffee shop or in somebody's living room and we're just having a conversation.
Right.
It's not pre-programmed questions and rapid response. Okay, what's your answer to this? What's your answer to this?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's also not me feeling like I have to pull out information from you in order to give value to the audience. It's
Mhm.
just me, as you said with the curiosity earlier, coming from that place of curiosity going, oh my God, who's Connie? Connie's
Mhm.
amazing. I need to know more about Connie. Just
Mhm.
tell me more, Connie. And then just us playing back and forth about what it is that we love,
Yeah.
where we want to take the conversation.
Yeah. And that's what I like about Blue Talks is really that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
talking to people that are authentically working towards what makes sense in their lives
Mm-hmm.
to share as far as a message, and how they
Mm.
share it is always interesting too.
Okay, I'm going to bring up more stuff. So Blue Talks also has books.
Okay.
These are
Yes.
just some. I think we have number 13 is coming out, and then we have 2 special editions.
Wow.
Yeah, like a lot.
That is
Uh,
amazing.
this is the very first one. And then this was the very first time that I was a published author. I'm like, oh
Oh,
my God, look at me.
exciting. Congrats. Yay.
But what makes this extra exciting for me is back in high school, I had an English teacher tell me in red pen on my report, you will never be a writer. Yeah.
Unreal. Hmm.
So when I had my face on this book and it came in the mail, I was like, oh, this is so good because I never thought that I would write.
Hmm.
I never
Mhm.
thought I was good enough to write,
Wow.
let
That
alone even want to. So when Corey was like, yeah, we're doing this new thing about all these Blue Talks books, the compilation books, and all the lovely people who've been a part of them sharing their stories because they matter.
yeah.
I first thought, I was like, no, I can't do it. I can't write without even trying. And then he was like, no, Laura, I know that you have a story and you want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
So we got to talking and I realized I do have a story
Mm.
and that I need to share that in a book.
So
So
Laura,
yeah,
those books are like the Chicken Soup for the Soul books, where it's a compilation of a number of different stories from a number of different authors,
yeah,
and they somehow it just comes together in that book, doesn't it?
yeah. So just like the brand, right? It's all about business, life, and the universe.
Right.
So some people have stories about business. Some people
Mm-hmm.
have stories about life. Some people have stories about universe. You're going to get all of that in these books from different types of writers.
Right.
Sometimes I write to educate people.
Yeah.
Sometimes I write to be vulnerable in a way that shows people that they can be vulnerable and powerful at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I write just for entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see all kinds of different ways of writing, different voices in there, different topics, different ways of connecting with the audience. All in these books. I love them because now I'm to the point where I want to read. I told
Oh,
Corey this when I interviewed him in Halifax. I
yeah.
was like, Corey, I know that you don't know this, but I hated reading
Oh,
for
wow.
most of my adult or teenage life because, you know, you're forced to read in high school. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't want to read what they wanted me to read.
Mm-hmm.
And so the only thing I read was Archie comics and Nancy Drew books until about the age of, I'm not joking, until about the age of 25.
Okay. Very similar to me.
Okay, awesome. And then you get into communities like Corey's where they're like, oh, this business book is really cool and this business book is really cool and we're going to start writing books and we want you to be a part of the books. I never read so many books in my life.
Right.
And he was like, really? You started reading because of being part of my community and me recommending all these books? He even at Harvard, he was given some books and he was giving books as gifts
Yeah.
to people.
Yeah.
And he gave me 2 books and then he gave me 1 book and I won another book and I won a 3rd book.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was getting all the answers right because I was paying attention.
Right. Yeah.
I think I read those 3 books in about 6 months. And for me, that's quick. It takes me at least 2 months to read a book. I'm slow.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to remember, then I am slow.
Yeah.
If you want me to zoom through it, I can zoom through it in a
Yeah.
couple hours, but I
Yeah.
won't remember a thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like it.
And he's like,
I like it a
that's
lot.
awesome that you would start reading because of me. I was like, yeah. This is why it's important. Have you
Yes.
ever been a part of a collaboration book or your own book?
Yeah, I've written my own book.
Yes.
Yeah, this is my book. Work Smarter with Microsoft OneNote.
Ah.
Like full. I had a publisher reach out to me on LinkedIn of all places back in 2021. I think it is like right kind of in the beginning of COVID there, and they asked me, "Do you want to write a book on OneNote?" And I'm like, "Yes." I love OneNote. How did you know that? I guess they're watching my posts, right? And so they're like, "Well, just do an outline for us." And I'm like, "Okay, no problem." They're like, "How soon could you do that?" No, probably give me a couple of days. And then they send me the template they want me to fill out the outline on, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna need more than a couple of days." It was like 10 pages of
Oh, wow.
questions, and I'm like, "Wow!" So doing the outline alone was just like, whew. That took a lot of work. And that was before ChatGPT was a big thing. You know, it literally was, it had to come out of my head. Right.
Mhm.
And so, and I purposely didn't look at anything else. Like I wanted to make sure this book is about what Connie's thinking. And I'm not reading other people's stuff. And I mean, yeah, I had to learn somewhere, but I'm not going to learn it while I'm writing this book. So I already use it. And so, 9 months later, it's like
Oh,
having
wow.
a baby. It was published. So I am a published author.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Did you like writing growing up? Did you want to be a writer?
No. I mean, yeah, just in the last couple, probably just before that, I thought, I probably should write a book. That was kind of how I was thinking. It's sort of like, just like I was thinking I need to go online and teach my courses because prior to the pandemic, I was in front of people in their offices, right? Or in their boardrooms or I had a classroom. And so I'm like, I only can impact people if they're in front of me. And I think I have so much more that I can give to the world if I can just share it differently. And so just being in front of a group of, 5 or 10 people or 20 people is not enough. So that's I mean, I love it. I still love the interaction of that. I still want it as part of what I do, but I want to do so much more. And so that's where the going online has helped, and writing the book has helped, because then I can reach people that are all over the world. It's amazing the feedback I get. So I love it.
Do you have more books inside you?
Yeah, yes, I have. Well, I've got a couple, and I did start. A friend of mine, Lisa, who's going to be, I think she's part of the Blue community. Her and I did a book retreat weekend where we went away and said, okay, we're going to start writing our books, and we did. We started writing our books. I don't have I have a the publishers come. I've had a couple of publishers actually come talk to me since I wrote this book. But what they wanted me to write about wasn't resonating with me, so I didn't accept it. And so I do have my own thoughts of what I want to write about, and that's what I started working on. And so whether I self-publish or if a publisher does pick it up, I'm not sure. But I do need to. Having a publisher is nice, because then they're kind of pushing you to let's go here. Whereas if I don't have a publisher, it's sort of like, yeah, you did a little bit of work last month. So yeah. That's going to be on my goals list when we talk about goals, the book.
Ooh, well, let's talk about goals right now.
Okay.
So many questions, but what would be one of your, I don't want to say biggest goals. I want to say the passion goals, like at your core, you can't help but want to do this. You just would put so much energy in it. What's that kind of goal? We'll find better words later.
What's that kind of goal? I mean, I do love being in front of people and getting all fired up with a message and showing them something. So, if that's in on a stage again, that would be wonderful. The reason I kind of hesitate there is I have to figure out a way to allow myself to do it without worrying about the technology crutch, so, because I can do that easily if I've got something to show, but I just have to get that message there. Oh, is there something?
My cat is going meow.
Oh, it's like she's pulling away when I'm saying this. What's going on?
What? This is the one that is very needy. I guess is the blunt way to put it. Yes, you can come up and say hello if you want. She'll leave in a couple minutes, but just for now.
Yeah. What I talk about the most right now, especially to my friends, is the fact that what I see out in the world there these days is that we have new technology, but I'm finding that most people are using the new technology in old ways. And so I'd love to get that message out there so people can understand how they can fix. She's like,
I gotta get the lighting.
Yeah. I'd love to get that message out there so people can understand what's holding them back. And like you have all these self-help books people are picking up, like how to build your habits, how to, be a better boss, how to be a better leader, how to be a better everything. And it's like, but we're missing the self-help book on how to be a better technology master. I got to figure out the right wording there, but like if you want to be more efficient, you have to embrace that change is real for sure with technology. It's constant. It's happening all the time. In fact, things change and I'm like, oh, that's change. And I have to be careful of how I describe things to people, because I can't say this is always the way it is. I'm like, well, until they change it. Right. And so it change is constant, and understanding why they're changing too, because the reason software developers change stuff is because we've asked for it. They're not changing it on a whim. Oh, hey, guess what? We should make everything blue now because that just sounds fun. No, someone said, we don't like the black. Can we go to a different color? Like they're getting the reason they're doing it is they're looking at all their customer service reports and they're seeing everybody's asking for this over and over and over again. So we asked for it, and yet we're the ones complaining about it. Right. So
exactly.
That's what I'm passionate about. It's kind of, teaching people how to embrace the change of technology in a better way, and helping them with their staff, and the because it's the buy-in. I'm not getting the buy-in, Connie. yeah, what are you doing what are you doing right now? What are the action steps you're doing to try to get the buy-in? So
I think we're going to take this question and we're going to bridge it over to our first guest, Brian, who's in the backstage. Brian, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come join us. I'll take your nodding as a yes. Okay. There. I think my cat feels better too. I'm actually just going to close the door. So welcome, Brian.
Morning.
We're going to give us a little bit more privacy.
I'm fantastic.
Awesome.
So, Brian, how I like to start each of these interviews is with one of my favorite questions. And we haven't even had a chance to have a one-on-one conversation yet. So this is me getting to know you at the same time as interviewing you. So, Brian, my favorite question is this. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Inspiring. Wow, that's a good question. Inspiring would be one.
Mm-hmm.
A man of honor.
Mm-hmm.
And a man who never quit. And I know that's not one word.
Okay.
Gritty, I guess.
Never quit / gritty. I know. You just pop up on the stage and I'm just like, here's a deep question. And you're
Yeah, that's a good question.
I knew you could handle it. You're all good.
I can handle anything.
I know. You're the quad father. You can handle anything.
I am.
You are. So I love your words.
It's a tough moniker to live up to.
Of course. Yeah. So the reason why I start the conversation with such a bold question is I hate reading bios. Not everybody knows who you are, right? Even the top celebrities, people don't know who they are. So instead of me researching every single person, this question tends to share so much about who you are as a human being, Brian, before we ever talk about your area of expertise or your mission or your message or any of that. And we'll see how they weave in throughout our conversation. Mm-hmm. So you said the words inspiring, a man of honor, and a man who never quits or gritty. What do these words have to do with the work that you do?
Well, the word honor is something you don't hear today. And it to me, that's all encompassing. Honor to me encompasses commitment, integrity, attitude. It's a big word. And it's hard to be a good, I'll say not just a good man, but a good person today. It is difficult being a good person. It's difficult being a good husband. It's difficult being a good wife. It is difficult being a good person. And when I say that, I mean walking the talk. Yeah. Because the talk is cheap. Mm-hmm. And I was raised by 2 people that were the most honorable, faith-driven heroes of my life, my mom and dad. Mm-hmm. And you don't hear people talking about that. You see so many broken families. So what it has to do with what I do is I try to drive those honorable qualities into people, that honorable quality of commitment, of integrity, extremely difficult, of having the attitude where people want to be around you, and that people that draw people to you, as well as, other characteristics of a grit mindset, of faith. To me, those all kind of fit in together. But you don't hear that word anymore, man of honor. I mean, there's something that comes with that. And it's not money and it's not fame. And somebody who has pride, but yet doesn't let his ego get a hold of him. So those are tough things to live up to. And I've been blessed to been raised not just by parents but grandparents, and raised my family the same way. And you know what? I wasn't a very liked dad for a lot of years, off and on through a lot of years. But my job as a father is not to be liked. My job as a father is to raise children that can live in this ugly world that is unforgiving, is ruthless, and has lost integrity. And that keeping those qualities takes a lot of sacrifice. And now that anybody who has kids knows they all go through stages. You're admired when they're young, you're needed a little bit, and then all of a sudden you're forgotten and you're disliked, and I was okay with that. Because I knew it was just a cycle, because I knew the respect and understanding would come. And now all of a sudden, your kids for most kids, they start to hit their early 20s, and all of a sudden, mom and dad, they're really smart. All of a sudden, they get that, like, wow, you start hearing them telling other people the stuff that you've been telling them, for, like 14 years. And all of a sudden you're like, really? That came out of your mouth? Did you have a hearing issue like 7 years ago? So, but it's a fun journey. It's a wonderful journey. It's the same journey I try to take clients on. It's the same journey I try to take people on when I speak.
Mm. So what is your message, Brian?
Ultimately, and it's going to seem real simple, like I could give a speech in under 5 minutes, is, life is difficult. Life is hard. We were promised nothing, but it's such an amazing world that you can make it an amazing place for you to be. And I believe everybody has been given gifts, wonderful gifts to tap into. And it's not that simple, or everybody be doing it. And you can learn processes, right? You can learn how to use a computer. You can learn how to use AI, but nobody teaches people like how to mentally get through those times when you're struggling, when you're frustrated, when life behind the scenes isn't going well, when you start to doubt yourself. A lot of this goes unseen. I'm all about grit mindset. I'm all about teaching people how to have this gritty mindset and develop a performance expectation and routine that gets them through, not just mentally, but physically, through the pitfalls, the ups and downs, the storms of life.
Do you have specific examples of stuff that you would tell someone about getting through those pitfalls of life?
Sure. So depending on what kind of pitfall it is, it really comes down to finding out a little bit about their mindset and where they're at. But ultimately, it's about taking that first step and committing to understanding that everything in our life is temporary. So this time you're going through is temporary. It might be 6 weeks. It might be a year. Okay. Knowing that this is going to change. If you help it, the more you do, the quicker it will change. What do you need next to help get you through that? Because most people's minds are all over. For some people, it's simply, let's start with goals. You have I know what I want to do. Do you have them written down? No. I mean, it's amazing that people just don't write down goals, and that might not be enough for a person. Let's create a vision board on top of it. And then let's create an accountability partner. Maybe my son, maybe it's me, maybe it's someone else you like. Let's create an accountability partner. And I talk a lot about managing expectations. What are your expectations? Because your expectations are so out of line, then you're going to keep disappointing yourself. You're going to keep being frustrated. You're going to keep being pissed off. You're going to keep getting yourself down. What are your expectations? And now what are you doing to build yourself up? Do you exercise? Do you eat? Right? Do you eat right? What are you doing? Mind and body are so interconnected. Hey, let me send you a book. I want you to start reading this book. On top of, next week when we get together, I expect written goals. Now, this is what I want. I mean, and everybody knows about SMART goals, right? Anybody can look up SMART goals. They got to be specific. That there's 3 or 4 things I really emphasize with goals. And the first one is to after I see the goals is to break them down into little micro goals so that you can see little wins, so that the steps aren't this big. They're not 3 feet. Let's make the steps a foot, where it's headed towards your goal. 2, put a timeline on them. Yes, it creates stress, but it's not stress. It's a challenge. I try to change the way they perceive things. So you see it as stress. I see it as a fun challenge. It's like a dice game, it's like playing a game. Games are fun, but everybody wins, and somebody wins, somebody loses. You want to win every little challenge you have. But if you don't, that's okay. You know why? I teach in this mind that I learned from John Maxwell called "Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn." I haven't lost in 15 years. Why? Because if something doesn't work out, if you fail at something, if you get beat, as long as you're learning, it's not lost. It's not a defeat. It's a win. So you should either be winning or learning. And if you've learned something from it, awesome. It won't happen again. So stop looking at it as a setback. Stop looking. Things in life are just stepping stones, stumbling blocks. I teach people how to view things as stepping stones, not so much stumbling blocks. You're going to fall. You guarantee that. You're going to fall. So understand it. You're going to fall. How do you perceive that falling? Mm-hmm. It's okay to be frustrated. It's okay to be disappointed for a nanosecond. But what did you learn from it? And don't let it happen again. Now it's a building block because you have knowledge on that loss, that failure. Just don't quit. Just keep moving forward.
It reminds me of one of the games in Squid Game or from Fall Guys. In Fall Guys, it's a whole bunch of doors that you have to get through. And in Squid Game, it's these panels that you jump on. And you never know which one of the doors will open or which one of those panels will break and you'll fall. But if you think about it as the path and lots of those doors and lots of those little glass pathways, you're going to learn which ones are going to break and fall or which doors will open. And if you just keep going, you will get to the end. But that's that perseverance. That's that understanding and changing the words that we use instead of looking at that door that's not opening as, darn it, I'm going to get super stressed because the door won't open. Maybe if I just stand here and pout, the door will open. No.
People's self-talk is amazingly negative. First of all, I mean, statistically, when you look at the amount, and it ranges, some scientists say we have 6,000 to 60,000 thoughts a day. That sounds kind of amazing. And let's say whether it's 6,000 or 60, it's true. Out of that, 70% of them are negative. That's the boggling thing. That's the thing. How do we move forward with a smile if 70% of your thoughts are negative? And I watch the way people talk, and I stop them and I help them replace words. You have to manage that. And I learned it 100 years ago from a vice president. We were having a tough year in corporate, and people were, every other word was "this sucks." It was like, "Oh, this sucks." "Oh, this comp plan sucks." This, blah blah blah. And he got up in front of a big meeting and said, "I hear this tone And maybe if I replaced it, and man, I grabbed onto it. I like to say it was my idea, but it's not. And he said, replace it with the word interesting. And I've done it with my kids since they were little. I did it in athletics when I coach sports. I do it in life. Replace sucks with interesting. It's amazing how different you feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing the words we tell ourselves. And I am like a hawk on the words, listening to people and how they describe things. Oh, this is gonna be crazy hard, or I can't, no, how about this is gonna be challenging?
Yeah.
Whatever, who doesn't like a good challenge? And if you start to replace words, oh man, it just doesn't seem as difficult. It doesn't seem as ominous of a task. It's so all these little things add up.
Yeah, I know. I've caught. I've noticed this recently too, where someone will say, "Don't let me forget that," and I'm always like, "Change that to let me remember," because for whatever reason, when you say "Don't let me forget that," you end up forgetting. And so just say, "Let me remember that," and little things like that. But the words we use even to describe ourselves, like, or I'm beating myself up about this. Don't. Why would you want to beat yourself up? So it's hard because these are ingrained phrases that we've learned over the years, and it's a habit, a lot of it. So it's fun to look at how do we change that. As soon as you hear that word, change it. I always say to myself, think a better thought, or kind of helps.
Right. And it's not just the fact that we're saying it, it's the fact that we've probably said it for 30 years. And now it's in our subconscious. And our subconscious is like, well, you're forgetful. And you're not, I mean, we don't hear that, but it's down there playing. And in order to try to change that subconscious, you really have to work on your words. You just do. And it's difficult when, it's more difficult for some than others. I started with, years ago working with people with disabilities because I am a quadriplegic, and I can't change the fact that I'm in a wheelchair. I mean, it is what it is. But I don't talk about it, and I don't think about it, and I don't define myself by it. And I see too many people defining their world by a wheelchair. And
Right.
a lot of people are like, do you have a lot of friends in wheelchairs? I'm like, no, I don't. I don't surround myself with them. Don't get me wrong. I do have a couple of really close friends in wheelchairs, but they're much like me where, man, they're out there embracing life. They're attacking life, because people in wheelchairs are, I hate to say it, it's difficult for them to get out of that mental mind block of like, it's the wheelchair. Society doesn't, accept people in wheelchairs because not everything is accessible, which means I can't, which means, I'm not like, which means, and I'm like, wow, what a whole, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. I proved that. I've lived it. I've shown, and it has nothing to do with money, and it has nothing to do that I got a staff of 4 people waiting on me. It's just the fact that I didn't accept the statistics that life throws at us.
So Brian,
Go ahead.
Sorry. So Brian, has this been your attitude all along? Did you have an awakening at some point, or is this just, as you said, going back to your parents? Was this kind of how they taught you? Like, tell us a little bit more about where this came from.
Yeah. So no, I've been blessed to have it along. So December 26, 1979, I was out with about 10, 12 friends just at a park. It was the day after Christmas, playing football, and I just got tackled. I didn't land on my head, nobody, and I ended up breaking my C6 vertebrae, which left me a quadriplegic from the neck, basically paralyzed from the neck down. And you go into the hospital, and at that time it was one of the best. It was RIC, Rehabilitation Institute of Chicago, which is now the Shirley Ryan, which is like one of the top 3 in the country. And basically, like, it was the care was awesome, but you were treated like a statistic. So you're a C6 quadriplegic, so you get a little movement probably back in your arms, but you're gonna probably need an electric wheelchair when you go home. You're gonna be able to do this and that. And back in 1979, the life of a C6 quadriplegic read like a Stephen King novel. It would have scared a Stephen King reader to read the statistics of what life was supposed to be. Most of us, being under 10% probably went to school. We didn't have technology, right? There were no computers. There were no cell phones. There was nothing. And,
Wow.
you're going to probably need an attendant, and you're going to need this, and this is what you're probably going to be able to do. And almost, most don't end up being able to drive and, do all these things. But we're going to get you ready, to, probably brush your teeth, do certain things and whatnot. Because at the first couple of weeks, I couldn't even feed myself, couldn't lift my arms up. I mean, there's very little movement. So it was that was, like I said, the end of December. And about a month later, mid-January, I'm sitting at a table and my dad comes up and to visit, and he takes his overcoat off, hangs it up, sits down next to me. And in about 5 minutes, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, he stands up and he goes to get his overcoat and he comes back. Well, my birthday's at the end of January. I'm turning 8. My guess is I might not have been in the happiest mood at that point, so I don't remember, honestly, the conversation. Just, I know we got up, didn't say anything, walked over, got his coat and came back and stood next to me and said, if I come up here and you're going to be in bad spirits, I'm going to turn around and go. He goes, I'm not coming up here to see you down. He said, it's your responsibility to keep the family up. He said, it's your responsibility to keep this family smiling. And it's your responsibility to keep the family together.
Wow.
If you're smiling, the family will be okay. I just shook my head. He took his coat off, sat down, finished lunch, and that was it. I knew at that time, like, what had happened was way bigger than me. Like, I didn't feel a weight on my shoulders any more than I already did. I just knew, though, that I had this obligation to keep my family together. And that moment changed my life. My mom was always faith-driven. My mom from the beginning was, no matter why. Things happen for a reason we may never know, but God has his plan for you. Just trust it and go with it. Say your prayers, and so my mom's always kind of been this faith part. My dad is, some people may think, oh, what a horrible thing. But, I knew he loved me. I knew he wasn't saying it out of anger or spite, but man, he dropped it, sat down. We finished eating. We talked, got up, went back to work. That was it. I knew then what I had to do. That was the moment.
Courageous is what I would sort of define that as a bit, like you don't do, I don't think you use that word in your words, but you're very courageous and that's amazing. Your parents are amazing to have that have that faith that they could say such a thing to you and it wouldn't be seen as a negative thing. It was you embraced it and went with it, and that's a great message. I love that.
Well, thank you. And yeah, that's why, I talk about my parents the way I do, because, I've never seen them waver when I was younger through my accident. It was like, you go chase life. You want to go whatever. And then it just didn't stop. It was like, no, my dad be like, no, he's not getting an electric wheelchair. He's going to learn to push himself.
Wow. That's,
so no,
yeah. Learn to push himself.
He's not bringing an electric wheelchair. He's not bringing an electric wheelchair home.
But isn't that a good metaphor for life? Learn to push yourself. That's a great metaphor for life.
Absolutely. But
I love it.
that just tells you what kind of guy he is. Like it was like, just figure it out. And it wasn't figure it out by yourself. I had, amazing, I was surrounded by amazing family, 2 sisters, great extended family. But ultimately I had to do it. I was in it for 4 months. I got out of the rehab on Friday. They had set it all up that I went back to high school on Monday. I finished high school. When I got to high school, I I started going to junior college that summer. Like there was no summer off. It was therapy every day. Then you're not going to go into the trades, which I probably would have. A lot of my dad's friends were honorable profession, good money, good, hard, honest work. Well, that wasn't going to happen. So you got to go to college and learn something. You're not going to be using your hands, and you're not going to be doing physical labor. So off to junior college, and I had my first class over the summer, and it's push yourself around on tough carpeting and figure it out. Now, my mom went with me the first day. We went before. I mean, you got to be smart a little bit. You got to use your noggin. We went, figured out where my class was, where I could be dropped off at, and what. My mom's, of course, did you want to, I could have gotten an assistant there, somebody to. I'm like, no, I'll do it. I'll figure, I'll push myself. I'll write my own notes and try to do whatever I can. And 2 years later, I graduated from junior college, and then it was, okay, well, off to 4-year university. So I went to Xavier University, and 2 years after, and during that, I started coaching athletics at my old grammar school. I started coaching football, and then basketball.
Wow.
Love athletics. And then I started playing wheelchair sports, and then I finished college. And during college, this little one was like, what are you going to do with your degree? And I was like, that's a good question, Sister Dennis. I still remember her. She was about 110 years old and was like 4'8" and 70 pounds, but walked with you walked around her like, with the fear of God. She just had that aura, which I loved. And she was a teacher in a couple of the criminal justice classes I taught. And then she calls me one day and she goes, stay after class. And I'm like, what I do, Sister Dennis, and she's like, well, what are you planning on? I'm like, I honestly don't know. I thought, maybe an internship with the police department, maybe I could get into doing, she goes, no, you're going to law school. I was so, sister, I'm not smart enough to go to law school. I said, I'm first generation college, and I struggle. Your grades are good enough. You finish the semester with all good grades, you're going to take the LSAT. Sister, I can't. No, I'm signing up for the LSAT. I mean, there was no discussing with her.
Wow.
It's like one of those, like, okay, I will take the LSAT. She was like Obi-Wan. It's like, by the end of the conversation, it was like, I will take the LSAT. I will go to law school. She was just that. Back that, I mean, it was wonderful looking back. I mean, and even then, like I said, she was like an Obi-Wan. Also, you're like, yes, I will do that. And I took the LSAT and I got into law school, and 3.5 years later, I graduated from law school.
Nice. So how do you use that law degree into teaching people about their mindsets and goal setting and changing those words so that they can create that life that they want versus just having life thrown at them?
So I only worked in the law profession for a couple of years, and then got out and actually went into corporate and crazily thrived in sales for a couple of years. And then they got me into training and then management. And so that law degree just taught me so much in terms of, like, I was so way over my head in law school. I mean, I had no reason to be there. I mean, I'm showing up on the yellow bus. I mean, these guys are all coming from doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs. What does your dad do? He works for the park district. And I'm getting C's. I've got guys that are suicidal because they got 1 B, and I'm giggling, going, man, B's and C's, man. Let's go party. Like I'm feeling good about it. And I think it developed my ability to understand I can learn, and I shortchanged myself believing that I wasn't good enough to be in law school because of my past. Because of me, like just not because my parents didn't go to school. That had nothing to do with it. But we all sell ourselves so short. And it gave me so much confidence, like just crazy confidence. It taught me, just how to walk in a room and own it. You're walking into it. Part of it is, doing law stuff being, mock trials and negotiations. Excelled at all that. But I think the one thing I had over people was like being the quadriplegic, like everything else was better. So like I went in a lot of the stuff, like I have nothing to lose. Like what's the worst that happens? So I kind of went in there maybe a little looser than most people. And I started to have fun with it. And there was a certain decorum, and I probably pushed the lines of decency with it because whatever, so I won a competition, a negotiation competition that sent me to a national competition. And two of us were going against the University of Notre Dame. These guys walk in with, probably $500 suits at the time. I'm wearing the same suit that I think I bought a new tie for the occasion, but, and they sat, and they're both, 6'2", perfect hair. They've got that Ivy League look, me and my partner, I'm from the South Side, my pants are probably tight. My shirt's, I hope I buttoned it right. And they sat down, they handed us a booklet, and it was a negotiation competition where we were supposed to be negotiating on the part of nurses, getting them a better working conditions, more salary. They were negotiating on the part of the hospital. So, and then you had like 6 real judges that sat up there and basically judged who did a better job on the negotiation. And so they sat down and they handed us each, me and my partner, a book, said, you know what, we worked real hard. We know what you guys want. We understand the nurses, they said everything that you would, don't pee on my head and tell me it's raining. I know, you're telling us everything that we want to hear, right? Of course. And they handed us a booklet and my partner a booklet, and they just stood there. They didn't even sit down. They just stood there like we were going to read it and accept it. And I took the booklet. I didn't open it. And I meant to throw it on the chair next to me. Well, I meant to throw it on the table. And it went off the table and landed on the floor. And I was like, and they looked at each other and they're like, you're not going to read it? I'm like, no, this is not negotiating. I'm not reading my partner after was like, I can't believe you did that. Like, holy crap. He goes, I didn't know what to do. He goes, I just was following your lead at the time. And they looked at each other and they pissed themselves because they weren't ready to sit down and negotiate. They thought that we'd look at it, be okay with it, go along with it. And I went to throw down kind of the side of the table, went off the table, off the chair, onto the ground. And they were like, you didn't even look at it. No, you're right. I didn't. That's not negotiating. We're going to sit down and we're going to discuss real issues. Well, we have all your interest in there and all your, well, good, then we can sit down and talk about them. And it threw them off. Totally threw them. We ended up winning the competition, but it threw them off. That was one of those things that maybe shouldn't have done. Maybe I should have just set it down and said something, but I wanted to let them know, like, no, this is shit. I'm not reading your nice, that is obviously driven towards your goals more than my goals. that's their job. So
You were in the moment, right? So you did what
so
you felt you needed to do.
I would never would have done that. I mean, that's the confidence law school gave me, is to trust myself
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's what I try to pass on to people. There's never a perfect time, is there, in life? I mean, look at what I mean. There's never a perfect time. I mean, there might be a little better time than not, but there's not a better time. And a lot of times there's not all. Most of us don't have all the. I don't know. Do you guys have all the answers?
Nope.
No, definitely not.
I don't. So,
So Brian, go
don't
ahead.
worry about the perfect time. Don't worry about all the answers. Don't worry about the perfect answers. Sometimes the perfect answer comes after making, it'll come, but move forward. Keep pushing. I guarantee if you do that, it will come together.
Yeah.
There was no perfect time to grab the blanket, so I just did it anyway. I'm cold.
Oh.
Brian, we have about 8 minutes left. Connie and I were talking about dreams and goals for next year right before you came up to the stage with us. So I want to touch on that before we get into our wrap up piece. So Brian, if you can think of that passion piece, the goal that gives you the most energy inside, that energy doesn't necessarily have to be the biggest goal, but the biggest energetic goal, what would that look like for you next year?
Well, I have several. So my first goal would be to make enough money so that my wife doesn't have to work anymore.
Oh.
That would rock for me, to be able to do that. That being said, I would like to put on bigger, like almost not a Creative Con weekend experience, but just like a one night type of get people together and just motivate them and inspire them and drive them to walk out of there feeling like, if like they say, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? I want them to walk out of there with that type of mentality. Like, that's what I want. Like, you're going to walk out of here knowing you can't fail. I want to put on an event like that. So that would be another one of my goals. I want to write a screenplay.
Oh,
wow, that's cool.
That's a new one. We talk many times about the different ways to share your message, because the typical ones are the speaking, authoring, and podcasting. But writing a screenplay, that's a new one. I like that one.
What's the topic of the screenplay? Or if you can share.
So I just saw this movie, and it was with Ryan Reynolds, and I think it's called Trapped. So he's basically buried in a underground in a coffin. Let's say it wasn't a coffin; it was just a big wooden box. And it just shows his struggles and kind of reflecting back on life and dealing with and kind of do something like that, but it would be a person in a wheelchair that gets caught in this really tough, ugly situation and is just trapped. Not necessarily in a box, but kind of reflects back on different things, and he kind of finds a way to get out of it, and so that's what that was about. But the bigger part is going to be what kind of comes after that. Like, that movie ended kind of there, but I have a part of it to where he collaborates with other people to become this somewhat of a behind the scenes hero advocate for doing what's right in their small community. So something like that.
Interesting. And I love how it takes pieces of your real life and, of course, lessons that you want to share as a part of your message and puts them into a movie that isn't necessarily a thriller. Like it's got the thrilling pieces to it,
Sure.
but also it's the feel-good ending with the lesson, kind of reminding me of the childhood cartoons where there's the moral of the story
Right.
at the very end.
Who
Yeah.
knows?
Have you
Maybe I'll
started
have
it?
the Wile E. Coyote in there somewhere.
Yeah. Have you started the piece already, Brian?
Not necessarily. I've got the name on paper, and I've got a couple characters, and that's as far as I've gotten.
That's a start.
But you started.
That is a start.
Yeah, I mean, not yeah. So
Even if it doesn't go anywhere, I know the process of creation is so healing. So healing. And then when you get other people involved in that process of creativity with you, you get to help them see things differently and potentially help them heal as well.
absolutely, and I mean, you talked about one of my goals that is to be able to get 2 or 3 people, including myself, to have this big conference and get people just psyched up. I think that too many of us stopped dreaming after COVID. I think people just really stopped dreaming and believing. I think COVID really put a wet blanket on so many creatives, so many non-creatives, and I want people to start dreaming and believing again. Because you know what, man, if I got to fail, it ain't gonna be failing, raking the lawn every day. I mean, I want to, if something's not going to go, if I write the screenplay and it never goes on and becomes a movie, which is tremendously unlikely, but I'm not doing it just so I can shove it in a drawer either. I mean, I do have hopes and aspirations, and I know if I keep it in a drawer, it'll never become a movie.
Anything is possible, right?
Absolutely.
It feels like Journey is going to be on the soundtrack.
Don't stop believing.
Don't stop believing. With that poster behind you or that painting behind you, Brian, as like the main part. Yeah. Picturing Rocky running upstairs.
That was a gift from my son. So I'm into keeping the motivation around you. That's the whole idea of a vision board. That's the idea of goals.
Yeah.
You've got to keep bombarding yourself with those good things. You have to.
So we have about 2 minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you, Brian, and your favorite way of communicating.
I will communicate which any way it works with you, whether that be via phone, via Instagram, so you can find me on Facebook, you can find me on Instagram. Facebook is Brian Swift. You can find me on LinkedIn, Brian Swift. On Instagram, it is _Quadfather. You could also look at my website at brianpswift.com. So it's simple. It is my name with my middle initial, BrianPswift.com. You can reach out to me through there. And then, like I said, I am on all social media. You can reach out to bswift62 at comcast.net. So first initial, last name, bswift62 at comcast.net.
Awesome. And Brian, we have about 60 seconds. I like to hold a little bit of space at the end for just anything that's on your head or in your heart. What would you like to leave us with?
I'll leave you with this. Today is Monday. Today could be day one, or it could be one day. Let it be day one of your journey, of your start, of moving forward. Don't wait till the New Year's. I've already started my New Year. Don't wait. Why? There's no reason to wait. My New Year's already started. And I would tell everybody, start your New Year early. Make those goals. Let today be day one, not one day.
Awesome.
And God bless.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you so much, Brian. I remember meeting you, and the only reason I remembered your name, because I'm not very good with names, is you have the same name as my husband. So it's like, hey, Brian, from across the room.
It's a good one.
We'll connect again, Brian. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brian.
Connie, Laura, thank you. Thank you to Blue Talks. I look forward to moving forward also on that journey with everybody. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Thanks. Bye.
Brian.
Have a good one.
And I see our next guest behind the scenes. Hi, Jay. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us on stage. And you've got the microphone in front of you and the little
He's
earphones that have a stud in my ears.
Looking professional, Jay.
I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here. Hello, Laura. Hello, Connie. It is good to see you both.
I'm going to blind everybody for a moment because the sun came out and now I look like a ghost.
Laura
There
the
we
ghost.
It's Laura the friendly ghost. That's fine. Yeah. Welcome, Jay, as I blind myself a little bit more. This is Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. So we do want to talk about the different ways that you amplify your message and what your message is. But I have a research question that I love to start off every interview with so that we can learn about Jay. Not what Jay does, not Jay's message yet, but who Jay is as a human being. So Jay, if you are ready, I'd love to ask.
I am ready. Fire away.
Awesome. You're going to play with me. Great. So if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be? I know. Such a doozy right at the beginning.
I got him.
He's got
I just trust my intuition, whatever comes to me first, and don't overthink it. The 3 that came to my mind immediately, present, kind, honest.
Nice.
I love those. So now we've learned so much about you before we ever learned about you. So Jay, how does the word present, the word kind, and the word honest, how does that play a role in the message that you share with people?
Well, I think the word present suggests that you are really with people and connected with them in the most authentic way. I've admired people who have that ability to be so present with me. They are really listening to what I'm saying. They are aware of their environment. They're also aware of their own reactions and how they're responding to their environment. And all of that, to me, is a character trait that I'm doing my best always to embody. And in the work that I do and helping leaders to thrive in high demand environments where there's so much coming at you left and right, there's constant change, being able to be present is a skill that all of us can get value in cultivating. And then kindness, for me, being kind isn't about being nice. I was very specific with that word. Nice is different than kind. Nice can be, people can walk all over you. You're just trying to people please, right? And it's always very soft. Whereas kind can at times be firm. Kind can sometimes be very direct. But kind is always respectful of the other person. And so that's why kindness and honesty, I'm going to pair them together here. Because when you're kind, you're honest. At times when I have to tell somebody something that they don't always want to hear as a coach, I'm going to say it, even if it means I'm not the most popular person in the room now because of the fact that I told them what they needed to hear, right? And I think great leaders should embody that as well. And I do my best to really help others to get out of their comfort zones and be kind rather than be nice.
I love that you made that distinction. We were just talking with Brian about word choices and how important it is to bring the right words to situations, because it really does change the energy and your approach to whatever you're using the word for.
Absolutely. Words matter. They matter. There's an energy to them. I find that I tend to do a lot more pausing in my speaking than I used to back in the day because I'm going through in my own mind, what's the appropriate way? How can I say this in the most succinct way, in the most direct way, where I'm communicating my message effectively without saying something I didn't actually mean?
You're just hitting on everything that we talked about. So Connie and I, before Brian, we're talking about our favorite parts of being in front of an audience. And both of us really enjoy when we can see the audience process. And when we take the time to pause, whether it's intentional or the long pauses that make people uncomfortable, that's what you start to see. Yeah. You can see them process and you can give yourself that time to do exactly what you just said. Choose the right word, because I want to have this much information in this many words with the same impact.
It helps you be more present, doesn't it? Because
It really
you're
does.
slowing down to think about where you are and what you're about to say and who's there with you. So we'll use Jay's word, present.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Jay, why leaders? Why not like
Well-
6-year-old kids?
Well, I think it's because of my own personal experience where I
Mm.
feel like this is an area that I've worked on quite a bit. So I had many years at Tesla and working in that kind of environment was a lot. That was the education I got, the real world education.
Yeah.
And I saw the impact leaders had on their teams
Mm.
and the impact I was having as a leader, because I wasn't always perfect. When I made mistakes, I saw how it affected others around me, and it made me want to be better for them. So I like to think that leaders have this responsibility to impact their environment. And yeah, I've also had the experience personally of being under bad leadership and under great leadership. So I think it was ingrained in me from my years of working in those environments where I felt like here's a chance to really make a difference in other people's lives. If I help leaders, then I'm helping everyone that they look up to as well, or that look up to them as well. Forgive me.
And when you say leaders, are you specifying a certain group of people or a certain position in a company, as in like management or the owners, or are you saying anybody that leads a group of people or even leads a company, like entrepreneurs? Like maybe qualify that a little bit if you want.
Yeah, it's a great question, Connie. I think anyone who has the ability to influence others is a leader, and anyone who wants to be in that role of a leader is a leader. And so you don't need the management title. You don't need to be, VP, senior director, or one of those kind of things. Although oftentimes those are individuals that I'm working with and groups that I'm speaking to. So I would say anybody who's in a position to where, yeah, their behavior will have that kind of effect on others, and they really want to get better at that area of their work. Those are the people that I'm navigating towards and supporting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of my favorite pieces to pull out in stories is the emotion behind the story. And you're talking about leadership, and you're talking about how it's a part of your story. Jay, I know that you'll be open to this because you've already played with me once. So I would love to invite you to go a little deeper with us. Can you tell us about what it felt like in that moment where you had the bad leadership, right before you were inspired to create better leadership?
Mm-hmm.
What did that feel like and look like for you so that we know why you have put so much time and effort into learning why better leadership makes us just feel whole and complete from the core up?
The word that comes to my mind immediately is unsafe.
So good. Mm-hmm.
Unsafe. If I feel unsafe in my environment, I can't perform well. I am not going to be excited about my work. There was a very well-known study, Project Aristotle by Google, and it found that the most important factor for teams to feel like they can perform well and be happy doing their jobs is psychological safety. And I remember learning about that study after having this experience. All right. And I was like, yeah, that makes a ton of sense, because that's exactly how I felt. I felt unsafe. I felt like every moment I was on eggshells. Every moment something could come. I can get that one email and my world is rocked, right? So I would say it's incredibly important that we help people to know how to create psychologically safe environments for the people around them. And at times, look, I'd say most of the time, people who are doing it, the leaders who create unsafe environments, they don't mean it. They're not trying to be harmful, evil people.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
They don't even realize that people are feeling that way around them. It's just, but having that awareness or that presence again would be really helpful, just to give them that eye-opening experience. Wow.
Absolutely, because the natural tendency for the average person is, I'm thinking about myself. I mean, that's what we do as human beings. We're thinking about ourselves, and it requires a skill to learn how to let go of me, meaning what I want, my own ego, my own attachments, and to consider the environment around me. it's kind of backwards to the way we're wired a lot of the time. So as leaders, that's such an important skill to develop of I can be aware of what I feel like I want and the things that are going to make me happy and make me feel more powerful. And instead I can drop that and I can look at my environment and say, what's the best thing I can do for the people around me?
Yeah. Now, the other side of that coin are the people who grew up not having that psychological safety and being forced into that environment of having to constantly pay attention to those around them and filling their needs and making them feel okay in order for that person to have the psychological safety. So now the question is, where do we find that middle ground between understanding other people's needs and meeting my own needs, all while either being the leader or helping the leader?
Yeah, Laura, it's a great question. It starts with you going within and your own introspective work. It has to, right? We have to be able to, and that's why I have mindfulness as a main component of the work that I do, because without being able to notice one's own pattern, you can't really be effective at serving others. So it's first saying, okay, I notice that I tend to want things to go my way all the time, right? If you're not aware of it, then how are you ever going to fix it? You can't fix what you can't see. So you have to be able to observe it first. And as an individual that can observe it first, I'm noticing this more. I'm seeing this tendency. So I don't necessarily, it won't fuel my behavior the way it used to. I can make better decisions. We have to start there. And then those tools and strategies of, okay, how can we communicate better to the people around us?
Brian was talking about managing expectations. And just last week, I was having a research call with Dr. Melissa about managing both sides of expectations when it comes to empathy and self-empathy. So if we're looking at that idea of expectations, how does understanding and having awareness of both sides of expectations help you in your leadership?
Yeah. So first, I have to be aware of what am I expecting, and do I have rigidity in my expectation? right rigidity, I use the word attachment a lot. I think attachment really points to it, which is I expect or I need it to go this way in order for me to be okay. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So anytime we have that, we're not living in reality anymore. Because reality is one that is constantly uncertain, constantly changing, impermanent. That's reality. I think everyone can agree to that, right? The only certainty is uncertainty. So we have to be able to lean into the uncertainty and know that anything could happen. So we have to have healthy expectations of the way things are. And then to be able to, as you said, learn what other people's expectations are, that's where you just need to be curious. You need to have the conversation. You need to ask the question, and you have to do so with really an open mind. It's not a leading question where I'm expecting you to answer it in a way that's going to align with my expectations. No, I am genuinely curious as to how you think things should go, or what's your expectation about this. One of my favorite questions I coach people on all the time is to ask, what does good look like? What does good look like? If I get a sense of what good looks like to you, now I have a sense of what your expectations are, and I'll do my best to meet those. But it has to be a two-way communication here. No one's going to assume, or no one can accurately assume what someone else's expectations are.
Oh, completely. We don't know what's in everybody else's head, right? So curious, brave, and open is what I would think there when you're trying to, talk with people around you. And sometimes it's not a comfortable conversation.
Right. That's where courage comes in. And, if we want to be the type of individual that positively impacts others, we have to be courageous. We have to be bold, and we have to be willing to get out of our comfort zones.
Yeah.
I'm so happy because the conversation keeps bringing up curiosity. It keeps bringing up that inner dialogue and understanding, as well as the courage that it takes to do any of that. What I talk a lot about, Jay and Connie, is what I call courageous connection. So when we're trying to connect with our audience, really what that looks like, instead of the whole get to know me, get to like me, get to trust me, which is so copy pasted in business right now.
Yeah.
I want to take that idea of psychological safety, because I talk a lot about mental health and emotions behind stories, is I go, okay, let's treat everybody as human beings. Let's bring that back. Let's come at this from a humanity standpoint of leadership, since we're talking about leadership too, and go, how can I connect? Step one is not getting them to connect with me. Step one is me connecting with myself. And wow, does that take courage? Because to get vulnerable and to talk about emotions behind the things that are happening is so good. But then from there, I can start to understand where you're at, because I tend to gravitate and magnetize those people who have the same types of experiences.
Yeah.
And we see that a lot in leadership, is we like to be around the leaders who resemble pieces of ourselves. Right. And then from there, let's say you're the one I'm talking to, Jay. You're now in a space that is supportive of you getting to understand yourself with courage. And only from there do you get to know, like, and trust me. Right? That's how I start to see leadership and the humanity in this new generation of business and heart-centered business. Do you see that more and more in the conversation, where we treat human beings with a mindful understanding of mental health and what we need as humans?
That's not easy for everyone to do initially.
I know.
Although I agree with 100% of what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And so I guess the work is we have to give some steps to make the progress, you know? And it always starts with how we act and how we behave. So I like the way you described that connection to an audience. And I was imagining, as you were describing it, being an empty vessel, or even just like a mirror even to the audience, right? Where it's not me just being, this is me and I'm so great and here are the things that I like and I want you to like me and I want you to praise me and I want you to clap for me, you know? If we have that, then people could sense it. It's an energy that gets felt, like, oh, this person's not really here to help me. They're here to just promote themselves and get validation. So we have to empty that vessel within ourselves of just saying, you know, hey, I'm here to genuinely serve the people here.
Yeah.
Like, if you think about the greatest fear that people have is public speaking, right? More than death, you know,
Right.
which is crazy to me. But the reason for that is because when they're standing on the stage and they're so afraid, they're thinking about them, right? You're in your own head thinking about you. That's you're not thinking, like, people say, oh, because I'm scared of what they're going to think. Yeah, but they're scared of what they're going to think about you, right? So it's always back about you. So you have to drop that. You have to let go of that and just be, back to the word present, be present with everybody there and consider what their needs are. And I find that that's something that has helped me as a speaker, for sure, is to continuously remind myself, this is not about me. This is not about what I get out of this. And it's also been something that I've shared as a tool for, or content even, in the keynotes I've given, as well as the coaching that I've given around, this is what you need to be able to tap into, which is connection to something greater than you.
Yay.
Yeah. That was one of my favorite lessons when I first learned from Blue Talks. That I took some of their seminars, or a couple of their teachings there, and they talked about as soon as you get scared on stage and you start using the ums and then, you know, you're not sure what to say, remember, it's not about you. You're there for them. So think about them. Don't think about you. So you've just said that, Jay. I love it, because that you know, it made me really think even deeper about, that's why I'm here. It's not for me. It's for them. So
Sometimes I find that really hard, just because it blends right in. If, let's say, I don't know the audience very well, maybe it's a more general audience versus a niche audience. That's when I tend to think of that version of me that was in the deepest, darkest part of my struggle moment. And imagine her sitting in the audience thinking, what does she need to hear? Not me now, Not me today, not
Okay.
present me, not me that understands all the lessons, but the old me who feels like she's broken. What did she need to hear in that moment?
So you have to go back in time almost to think
Yeah,
of where you were
because
to
that's
meet
yeah,
them where they are, right?
exactly.
What a good practice to just
Yeah,
bring a visual right there and start
yeah,
to lock eyes with that younger Laura in the
right.
crowd who needs you.
Because at least I know her. I know what
Yeah.
she needs. I can love her so easily.
Right. Well, that's a beautiful thing to say because a lot of people
Yeah,
can't say that. A
I
lot of
know.
people cannot love their younger selves like you just described
Yeah.
you could. So that's a testament, I'd say,
That
to the work you've done on you.
Yeah, and that's really one of the biggest keys in being successful in what I do in terms of teaching technologies. I always have to remember where I started from to
Mhm.
come to the person that I'm with because I don't know how much they know, right? It's technology is a very it's kind of like reading your mind and sort of seeing you do stuff. But yeah, coming from that beginner mindset, I suppose, was what I was taught.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, the beginner's mind. I have
Mhm.
that book somewhere. It's a Zen book. I don't know if you ever read it, but
No.
it's something I have to remind myself of constantly as well, which is just always, it's funny because as you grow a business and you start helping a lot of people, you have to be very mindful of the fact that you can then fall into the pattern of, oh, I know it all. Like right. I've been doing this for so long. I've helped hundreds of people. I've spoken in front of large audiences. I got this figured out. And I have to remind that little voice in my head, like,
Yeah.
hey, that's great that you've learned this much so far, but you're never done. You got a
Yeah.
lot more to learn to be able to continue to add value and contribute in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Jay, I want to know what are some of the ways that you've decided to share this message of a better level, an evolutionized level of leadership? We'll call it that.
Yeah. Well, I've always loved finding unique ways to deliver messages, fun
Ooh,
ways, interesting ways.
yeah.
So growing up, I was always into performance and writing and poetry and just
Hmm.
finding ways to tell stories that would
Wow.
really resonate with groups. And so
Mhm.
one of the things that I do, if it's the right audience to where it's the right fit, is I include some poetic storytelling into how I deliver a message, where I share a story that's very relatable to what everyone's going through, and then I bring things out of the story and say, well, who here has felt like this? Who knows what it's like to be like that? And that way it's like, okay, we have a character that we're thinking about together, and then we can pull out some of the takeaways from that. So that's one vehicle through which I do it. And then of course, for an individual, it's just giving them that one-on-one time and coaching them through what they're going through. And I find that one-on-one is the best way to do that. I don't do very large group coaching, not to minimize that. That's wonderful if it's the right fit for people, but I still have that old classic way of doing it where I will meet people one-on-one and coach them through their unique challenges.
I like
So,
it.
why the poetry?
It just always has an emotional effect on me. And I feel like, hey, anyone I share it with, it has a similar effect on them. And if we consider what are the ways in which we retain information, it's more of how I felt through the experience than the words I remember. I remember years ago going to a training where I was so blown away by the way in which it was delivered. It wasn't poetry; it was more like interactive games and just ways in which they brought us in, and just everything was fun, everything was exciting, and it was the best training I had ever been a part of. But I can't tell you exactly what were the topics and what were the names and all that. But I know that I felt something when I was there, and it still is in my memory as one of the most impactful trainings that I've ever been a part of.
Hmm.
And I told myself, I want to create those experiences for people. One way to do that is through interactive and fun games, which is sometimes the right thing. But I feel like we all love art, we love music, for a reason. It's because it goes beyond our just intellectual mind to something deeper. I like to make that connection with people through the work I do.
We love to highlight the many different ways that we used to share a message, because the typical ones are the speaking, the writing, and the podcasting. That tends to be where 90% of the conversation is. Yet on the last few shows, we've heard a lot of people love art. We talked a lot about dancing, actually, in October. We have people talking about screenwriting and like little crafts.
Yeah.
Like all kinds of just little crafts, like maybe even the word believe behind you, Connie, or I want to call it a doily mandala.
Oh, yeah.
whatever that is, the word for it. There's just so many ways. So besides your poetry, Jay, and of course the speaking, authoring, and podcasting, we'll get there in a second.
Mm-hmm.
What other way would you love to share your message that you haven't yet?
Ooh, what a great question.
Mm-hmm.
I think I haven't yet published a book, and it is something that I would love to do.
Okay.
And similar to how so I have a podcast now, and my podcast similarly is very different in that it starts with a unique story every time. Every episode begins with a story of like something someone's going through, and then we diagnose the story. So I kind of brought my podcast and my speaking similar styles, right? There's like storytelling throughout. And the book that I envision is one where I would bring some of that poetic storytelling into the book to create a bit of have that entertainment value along with the messages that are really important to me. So if you were to ask me, one thing that I haven't yet done that I will do, it would be to publish my first book.
Okay, we're going to challenge you, and we're going to switch that word will for a different word.
Okay.
Which word do you want to use?
What word besides will?
Yeah, that you will. Okay, you can choose that one. That works.
I am writing a book. I am in the process of it as I brainstorm it, right? So it's
you're talking about it.
It's on its way. Yeah.
It's on its way.
Yeah.
No, I love when we playfully call each other out, because we're all coaches. We all train. We're all doing this. And so I love when we can grow together like this. Also, we want to cheer you on as you're telling us about new things. So if you're like, I will, then that tells me that you haven't really worked on it yet.
Yeah.
But if you're already talking about it and you already have a plan, then you already are doing that.
It's true.
We just don't have the end of it yet.
That's right.
I love that.
Yeah.
So we look forward to it then, Jay. We'll be watching for it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's coming for sure.
So tell us about this podcast that you mentioned.
Yeah. So the name of the podcast is Unstuck. And so I, for many years, had been avoiding making a podcast because it sounded like a lot of work. And I said,
you were stuck on it?
Yeah, I was stuck. Yeah. But then I had a friend who he just kept pushing me. He's like, you need to do this, Jay. You need to do this, Jay. I said, okay, fine. But if I am going to do it, I'm going to do it differently. And so the format, like I shared a moment ago, is quite different, where I take stories from my experience of having coached all these different leaders, leaders at Amazon, Google, AT&T, Wells Fargo, all these different. And so all of them have unique challenges. And so I thought to myself, well, what if I crafted a story and then I bring on an expert guest and we talk about what this person's really going through, why they're falling into that pattern, what are the tools that we would give them, what would the advice be that you would give them from your area of expertise. And I have to tell you that not only has it been, a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be, I've learned a whole lot through the whole experience. Every person I meet with is amazing. And I'm listening back to the episodes like, wow, I got to write this stuff down. This is stuff that I need to apply within my own life. So, yeah.
That makes it much more worthwhile, doesn't it? You're learning as part of the process that you are putting out there to help other people learn. So that's amazing.
Yeah. It's like a joint journey, right? That the audience is going through and that I'm going through as well.
Yeah.
That was kind of where I was stuck with mine, because I had the same thing, Jay, where for years people were like, why don't you have a podcast? Why don't you have a podcast? Because I thought it was a lot of work. And now I'm to the point where I'm just getting started. I'm getting back into work in January. Right now it's working on my own health, my daughter's health, little events like this in between, but the kickoff is January. And so I can't wait.
Oh, exciting.
But I was the same as you. It's like I didn't want to do it the same way other people were doing it. I didn't want those expectations to be my expectations because I wanted it to feel a way that feels good and joyful and passionate for me. I just didn't think that the way that I looked at it was good enough. And now I'm to the point where I was just, screw it. This is me. I'm only going to do things that bring me so much joy.
Right. Yeah.
Because then it'll build that momentum for me to keep going.
Be your authentic self and the right people will come. Right.
Exactly. And consistency has always been a big issue because I would get to that point where I'm like, I'm only doing it because somebody else told me I should.
Yeah.
Or that it would be helpful.
Again.
And the joy would leave very quickly.
That's where we have to check in on ourselves to see, am I still very excited about this? And if not, what's missing? What's missing? What's the disconnection, right? Because I feel you. I get bored very easily if I don't do this check-in process with myself. So it isn't so much of just dropping it and doing something different. It's how can I adjust it?
Yeah.
What modifications can I make so I still feel that connection?
So what is the most fun?
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead. What is the most fun that you have with sharing your message? Is it podcasting? Is it writing? Is it coaching people? What's the most joyful for you?
The most joyful is speaking. And the most joyful is being in front of a group live. That energy is just amazing. It's so incredible. You know, an event this year that I'm thinking about in September where it was this intimate group, but it was just incredible connections with the people there, and just the eye contact, the learning, those pauses like you were talking about, where you could tell that something has just sunk into the group. And so that brings me the most joy of anything. While I'm very grateful and blessed to have those other avenues still, of course, with one-on-one coaching, with the podcasting, and with writing. It's clear to me what the number one is of those. Yeah.
Would you call yourself an extrovert, or would you just call yourself outgoing?
Ooh, there's a term that I read once that resonated with me. I believe
Ambivert?
it was extroverted introvert. I believe that's what it was.
Me too.
Okay.
I feel like that one too.
Yeah. So so I'm going to define it according to my understanding, but Connie, tell me your perspective, because this is how I remember it, and it felt like it was right to me. That when needed, I have a very easy switch to be an extrovert. I can be outgoing. I could talk to anybody, and it's very comfortable. And I do need that time of being an introvert to recharge and having that time by myself, for myself. So that's seems more accurate, because so many people think I'm an extrovert. But they just assume it. But I'm really not a full-on extrovert where I need to always be talking with people all the time.
Exactly.
That's me.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you don't know, I don't know if you know, Connie, but I read eyes. So you are both default introverts.
Oh,
but
really?
What I see from you, Jay, is you've learned, I'm going to say probably around the age of 3. I don't know what happened there. I tend to leave those personal details for the person, but something there kind of shifted where you had to learn those extroversion skills. But on top of that, you've had many positive outgoing experiences that helped you lean into the outgoing version of you versus the shy, which tends to come with introversion. So that was early on for you. Connie, that's a little later in life for you, and you've probably had about half and half with those experiences. So you tend to be more picky on which groups you're outgoing with versus other groups. You tend to know that now, whereas you didn't quite know before. It was just trial and error. But that's what I'm seeing from you, Jay, is that you are default introvert, but highly outgoing.
That's incredible, Laura.
It sounds accurate. I don't know if the age of 3, because I don't have that memory stored.
No,
but
that's
I
okay.
could pull up. Yeah. But it definitely is more of a...
Yeah.
Yeah, but it definitely, I agree with the fact that my default is introversion and being totally okay with being by myself. And when I have to turn the extrovert on, the switch is not hard for me to flip.
It is hard for me. I am very much an extrovert. I'm an outgoing extrovert. Like this week feeds my soul. And then as soon as the day is over, I'm like, where are my people?
It's fun.
But yet at the same time, it takes a lot of self-leadership to do that inner work to be okay with being by myself. Because it used to be so much outgoing extroversion that I lost my identity in other people.
Mm.
And now that I'm growing and being more introspective so that I can be okay with me means that I can lead me instead of having other people's expectations lead me. So now I feel more powerful from the inside out, and people can feel that where I go places.
Yeah.
It feels different now.
Very
Powerful
cool.
from the inside out. I think I have to write that down.
Jay, I want to ask you a question based on that. How do you feel as a leader, especially as you're growing and learning and teaching about leadership? How do you feel as a leader?
How do I feel as a leader?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm learning all the time, and I feel as though there's a lot of progress that I have made over the years. And as well, let me actually put it this way. As a father, I've actually gotten a lot as a leader. And that's probably the area of my life where I've learned the most. I'm just thinking about how I feel as a leader. I think the number one area of leadership for me is as fatherhood, is being a father. And that's probably been where I've been tested the most too.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So in that, I feel like the journey is ongoing, and it's just one of progress. It's one where I feel like I can never put my rest my laurels. I have to constantly be intentional about being a good leader and continuously improving as a leader.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, that never stops. I know.
Yeah.
So if we think about our goals, we're just going to go with hardcore goals this time. If you could snap your fingers, rub a genie in a bottle, kind of just automatic wonderfulness. We're thinking crazy cool. Okay.
Okay.
Not realistic. What kind of crazy cool dream or goal would you have for, let's make it next year? Things are totally aligning for you. What would it be?
Yeah. Crazy cool goals. Having speaking engagements in locations that would allow for me to be able to travel and explore the world, where the compensation's covering all of the extra stuff. Being able to have, well, I intend to have a TEDx done next year as well, so that would be another big one for me to have that. And yeah, I'd say I if I'm getting crazy here, like the thing that comes to my mind is I want to be able to also have my business be one where I could scale it to where there's multiple speakers that I work with, where we can reach even more groups at the same time, and I get to work with other like-minded speakers and coach them to be able to be the best version of them, because then it impacts all the audiences that they speak with.
So what I'm hearing is that your message is more important than people seeing your face and hearing your voice.
Right.
That's what I love to hear, especially from a leader, and especially from somebody talking about leadership, is that it's just as you said at the very, very beginning, it's outside of you. It's something that's beyond you, that is what's important, that's driving you to continuously move forward and to continuously grow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think, the message that I'm hoping to get through to people at its core is to learn how to lose yourself in what you're doing. I mean, is when
love
you
that.
don't make it about you, when it's not about your own personal desires and your fears and the outcomes that you want, you are then best serving those around you. You're also, according to the research, a lot happier and you're more productive. So everybody wins when you're not acting in ways that only serve your own personal interests. And if
Right.
I can get that message out to 8 billion people every day, I feel like we're going to have a much better world to live in.
You can do it. Do it, Jay.
I feel like Eminem is on this soundtrack. Don't lose yourself. Whose journey was on the last
Yeah, that's true.
soundtrack.
Yeah.
Eminem's on
I have gotten a lot of inspiration from Eminem, so that's totally fine with me.
good. I remember my daughter when she was younger, you know, the real Slim Shady. She would be, I don't know, 6 years old or so. And I made a mix CD back in university, high school, something like that. She would put on my mix CD and she'd be on her bed with a pen or like a fake microphone saying, she's real Slim Shady. And she'd just constantly jump on her bed until she fell off. And that was her favorite song.
Yeah. Classic.
You're
It's a
so
classic.
adorable. Okay. So, Jay, I want to make sure that we know where to find you and your favorite way of communicating.
Yeah, I'd say the best way to find me would be LinkedIn.
Okay.
Just a quick search of Jay Abbasi, and I should pop up. My website, of course, jayabbasi.me, JAYABBASI.me. And yeah, I'm also active on Instagram and Facebook and the others, but I'd say LinkedIn and the website, and then YouTube as well. Jay Abbasi Podcast is my channel on YouTube.
Okay.
And your podcast, Unstuck.
Of course, yes. And all those are accessible from the others. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. So I also love to leave space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your heart or in your head that you need to share it with people. Because I don't know what's cooking in your brain. So here's some space. Say whatever you need to say. What do you need to leave people with?
To be at your happiest and to be at your best, make space each day for stillness and self-reflection. Never let your whole day go by where you're just running from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, and you're just staring at that device that's in your pocket or your purse for half the day, and you feel like, what happened today?
Yeah.
So I would say the one thing is make that an intentional practice every single day. Space for stillness and self-reflection.
I love it.
Do you have a mind? I know that you said that you teach people about mindfulness. Do you yourself have a particular mindfulness practice?
I do. I go with the most basic and simplest and boring of all the practices because it's proven to be the most effective for me. I sit comfortably and I don't do any postures that make me uncomfortable. So I just go with sitting on a comfortable cushion, and I observe my breathing. I observe the inhale, the exhale, and then I just allow myself to sit. It's a standard Zen practice, Zen meditation practice of Shikantaza, where you just observe. And it takes time to build to that because some people really struggle. So you have to have an anchor of observing the breath, maybe counting at first, but then just even letting go of the counting and just sitting and observing. That's it. And I do that for anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes each day, and every day will vary a bit.
Do you listen to music at the same time, or is it just quiet? Okay.
Just quiet stillness, because I pick up the sounds. It's some of the best parts is when you hear that bird tweeting outside, when you notice a little bit of noise from the heating system in the house, and just observing it so closely. It's so profound when you can really catch it all, because it's just building up that muscle of noticing everything that's happening in your experience, as we were saying earlier, so that you can prevent yourself from acting in a way that you will later regret, where you're not acting only according to your own personal needs, that you are staying connected to something greater than yourself.
I have so many things I want to tell you, but technically this time slot is over. But I will tell you that our next guest did have to cancel last minute. So you are more than welcome to stay if time and your energy allows. It's open for you. We will not kick you out.
I am looking
Right.
at the time, and I had this time slotted exactly till right now. So I do have to jump, but I do want to
That's
say
okay.
this was so great, Laura, Connie. Thank you so much for having me. I didn't know what to expect, and I have to say that that's always a good thing, right? We said it before. Don't expect too much anyway. But I have to say this was wonderful, and I really enjoyed this, and I hope we can do it again.
It's great to
Awesome.
meet you, Jay. Thank
Yeah.
you for all your words of wisdom, and I love it.
Thank
You
you
got
so
it.
much, Jay.
Take
We need
care
to
now.
chat behind the scenes, but yes, thank you so much
Please
for your time.
reach out at any time. Have a wonderful week. I will talk to you both soon. Take care.
Awesome.
Okay, thanks, Jay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. So this means that you and I get to chat.
We get to
for the next
unpack
45
everything.
minutes.
What's that?
I said that means that you and I get to chat for the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's we can unpack everything we just learned because I've written so many little notes here. I'm just like, wow.
I love recaps. Go ahead. Tell me about your notes.
Stuff. There's so much stuff. Well, I love Brian's words. First of all, Brian Swift, when he's talking about, being that man of honor and never quitting and inspiring people. And, that truly, when we talk about Blue Talks and what that stands for, having those three words as part of how you describe yourself is going to make such a difference to the people you meet in this world, in the Blue Talks world or in the world in general. Right. So I was inspired by what he said and his story there for sure.
Yeah.
I loved Jay's Jay talking about being present and kind and honest. And I felt like those two people and those words, that first question you ask everybody, were exactly what I needed to hear. Just yes.
Okay.
Because you said something about questioning if you were good enough, and I've had that in my life story too, where I'd say something like that, and it's just like all those words just again proved that yes, of course you're good enough. You have all this. Go ahead, Laura. You were going to say something there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I was doing my own meditation later last week. And I finally found something to help switch my mindset around this idea of worthiness. Because it's something I've been working on. Like I have confidence. I'm confident in who I am. I'm confident in my skills, but my worthiness is down the tube. So it counteracts all of that confidence, and I want to hide in my shell. So I have been learning that me as a human being, without my doingness, without my accomplishments, is still just as worthy before all of that stuff. And that's not how I grew up. That's not how I understood the world. And I had this little scenario play in my head. So I remember a couple months ago, I was reading my diary, my old diary. I was never very consistent at writing in it. There's just a few entries. But there's this 5 or 6 year period in my childhood that I don't remember. I don't really know what went on. And I know that there's a reason that I don't remember because I have memory since I was 2. It's not like I don't remember my whole childhood. It's that I don't remember this window. So I'm looking into my diary for some sort of insight of what's going on. And the only thing that I could find was this pattern of not feeling seen, heard, or understood. So
really?
For example, oh yes, like over and over again.
Wow.
I had 2 working parents. Sometimes both of them had 2 jobs. I had an older brother who would pick on me a lot, but yet love me. And it's like this whole mess of stuff. And I remember this one entry was talking about how I jumped on my pogo stick 500 times in a row without falling off.
Wow.
Like I practiced so much. And I remember that, I even remember that day. I have like tiny little memories, but not continuous memories. So that is one of the memories that I have. Is I remember yelling out 496, 497, 498. And I would be yelling, Mom, Dad, somebody. Just come pay attention to me.
Yeah.
Watch me, because this is unbelievable. Nobody's going to believe me.
Oh my gosh.
And I practiced so much to make this happen. And nobody was listening, and nobody would look. Like, my dad was in the garage and I was doing it in the driveway. Like, Dad, look, like, I haven't fallen off. No, nobody paying attention.
Oh.
And I remember thinking, like, do I even have a voice? Can people even hear me? Am I worth listening to? Am I really, I don't want to say that broken, but you kind of get the gist of it.
Yeah.
Like, am I that worthless? It's not the word I would have used at the time.
No.
But it gives you that feeling,
Yeah.
that same feeling that I felt. Am I really not worth listening to or paying attention to? That wasn't the only time it happened. It happened a lot. And so when I was doing my meditation, one of the things that came up was, after my conversation with Dr. Melissa, which I had mentioned earlier with Jay, she talks about empathy and self-empathy, and I'm making sure that I have proper words for my TEDx that I'll be doing next summer. So I'm like, she's an empathy researcher. Perfect. Okay. Make sure that I'm saying the correct words with the correct definitions. So she was telling me about my expectations and other people's expectations and where they differ.
Yeah.
Right? How we're meeting each other's expectations. So during this meditation, I'm thinking about, well, my expectation was that somebody would pay attention to me, validate my feelings, watch what I'm doing, and celebrate with me.
Yeah.
None of my expectations were met. But what I don't know is the stories happening of those people around me.
Right.
What was my dad actually in the middle of doing something important where it needed his attention, or something bad could happen?
Right.
Yeah. My daughter's doing something nice, but I'm in the middle of this and I need to do this right now. I don't know. And so his expectation could have been, this is more important at the moment. And what I realize is that it's not that my expectations were wrong necessarily, or his expectations were wrong. It's that both of our expectations were misaligned.
Right.
There is no meeting place for those expectations, or they're not together. They're not parallel.
Yeah.
They're just misaligned. And so every moment in my life when I thought that I wasn't worthy, that's not the truth.
No.
The truth was that expectations were misaligned. It's like, oh, now all of a sudden I don't feel those same feelings as I did before, because my viewpoint hasn't just started to shift. Like, it's completely different now.
Yeah.
It's not that I wasn't worthy. It's that our expectations weren't aligned.
No,
That's it.
exactly. I know that I kind of learned that lesson from a story that Wayne Dyer told a long time ago. Can I share that story with you?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So Wayne Dyer talks about being on riding the bus, and he jumped on the bus this one Sunday morning. It was so nice and quiet, and unlike probably the ruckus of the night before, like, it was just a quiet Sunday ride on the bus. And then the bus stops, and this father and his two little kids get on the bus, and they're making noise, and he's, Wayne's thinking to himself, oh, here we go, and the father sits down, and the two kids are there, and they are just making so much noise and fighting and just constantly going on. And Wayne's like, oh, what happened to my nice quiet ride? Geez. And he's kind of getting a little annoyed, and the longer it goes on, the more annoyed he gets. And he's like, quiet down your kids, buddy. Like, the guy was just sitting there. He was just sitting there. He didn't do a single thing to quiet them. He kind of sort of said, come on, kids. But he didn't really do that much. And so a number of minutes went by, and finally the father actually turns around to look at Wayne, and he says, I'm sorry. I'm sure you must be thinking my kids are really a handful right now, but we just came back from the hospital, and their mother just died, and I'm just not sure how to handle them right now. So please, I apologize to you. And Wayne was just like, oh my gosh, the things I was thinking about you and your family, and this has happened in your life. So his message was like, you never know what's going on with somebody. So when you judge them for how they're behaving or how they're reacting in that moment is just a tiny moment of their time. You have no idea the world that they live in or what's just happened to them. And so that just changed my perspective on everything I see. And, I always remind my kids too, that was just possibly a moment that they were glimpsing at. That didn't define the person, because they might say, I don't like that person because of or I didn't like this because of that situation. I'm like, that was just the moment. You have no idea what the rest of the day or the year looked like for that person. So, that's how I relate to your story that you just said.
I love how life really is a series of progressive growth, that there is no stopping point if we choose to keep going. Just like that door analogy earlier with the Fall Guys game. Oh, yeah. That door is closed. Well, let's try this one over here. That one's good. No, that one's closed too. Just keep going down the line. One of them's going to be open, and then you'll come up to the next step.
But it's that persistence to not quit. So that kind of goes back to what Brian was saying, right? The not quitting, and the lifelong learning, that's what Jay was saying. So all these little messages, I think it's meant for us to constantly hear it. We constantly hear these messages so we don't quit, so that we keep learning. Just gonna sneeze.
I feel like I'm gonna sneeze and it's not coming.
But what I was gonna say too is another thing that comes to mind with what kind of what we're seeing here, and this is something that Brian brought up in his story, was just the idea of not identifying as that one thing. Here Brian's in a wheelchair. He's a quadriplegic, and he's identified that he doesn't want to identify as someone in a wheelchair. Like wow. I don't even know what to say to that. Like that is amazing. And here I'm worried about me identifying as, this person that owns this kind of business, or this person that, has this position in the community or whatever. Like, that's so small compared to what he's going through. But yet, these are lessons we have to learn. You don't want to identify with that one thing, right? Mm-hmm. So you want to empower yourself to be more. It's hard.
Yeah. Identity plays a huge role in our goals, and even just the way that we live every single day.
Yeah.
Those tiny choices that we don't even consciously choose. They're all subconscious, repetitive from the day before. But one of the things I love to say with the Entrepreneur Summit, Nerd Summit, is that I can be both a nerd and spiritual. So if we think of stereotypes, they're lovely and horrible all at the same time, right? When you think of nerd, what do you tend to think of?
Logical.
I tend to think logical. I tend to think glasses. I tend to think pocket protector.
True. Yeah. Logical. Okay, sorry. I am part nerd, so I maybe don't know. I don't understand how it's identified, but yeah.
I think of the way TV portrays.
Right.
Yes, tend to be more on the stereotypical side. So if I think of that type of person, does that match your stereotypical spiritual person?
Long flowy hair and the long dress and colors everywhere and the smoke or the whatever candle going and the bracelets. Right? No, it doesn't. Those are two opposites. Yeah.
It feels like they're complete opposites. But really what we are as human beings is let's use this word, cornucopia of opposites. I love to share that we are multifaceted human beings with so many different types of seemingly opposite identities.
I love it.
But
it just makes it more interesting.
We are all of it. Yeah.
We are.
Yeah. So then I can choose in any given moment to express my spiritual side a little bit more, or to express my nerdy side a little bit more.
There you go.
Both. I'm all of the above.
I love it.
I know. I was like, I gotta make sure the Mario is sticking out so we can see. And the best part is it's on a Mario coaster.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. See, so you're identifying as that, but you're not. Like, you're just playing into.
Okay, and then over here I have my sage and a candlestick and a Lego bonsai tree.
There we go. Perfect.
And
Opposite.
I make sure to bring it all in to share those different facets. Because maybe in one space, I do want to showcase more of my spiritual side.
Right.
With Blue Talks, right, it gives me that opportunity to feel like I can be safe and cared for that aspect of my personality.
Right.
Whereas let's say I'm over at TEDx, they don't see that part as valuable, but they would see my nerdier side as more valuable. So I would take that, which is still part of me, and put more of that to the forefront. So just like Brian was saying, he doesn't make his quadriplegic identity his main identity. It's still there, but he has all this other stuff that is more important to him, and he first identifies with that.
Yeah. We're in life, you have more than one. I'm going to use the word hat again because you're wearing that, but you do have more than one hat. I mean, because whether you have a family or kids or anything, you're first of all a child of somebody, and then maybe you are whatever you decide as your role in life, as your career, and then maybe you are something in your community, and all these different things. So it's there's your other hat. She puts her other hat on.
It's broken, but there we go. I get my other hat. That's why I put it on the tree.
Yeah.
I didn't decorate my tree yet, but
we can learn from all of our roles, right? We can learn from all these hats we wear, because what you do, and Jay said this, as a father, you asked him, when did he get his best leadership lessons? I think that was something like the question you asked. And he said, as a father, he learned a lot about leadership. And so wasn't it in his job as a leader, which I'm sure he did learn lots there too. But isn't that interesting that, you can bring forward all these experiences to help you in any area of your life? Like, why do we think it has to be one area only? It isn't. Life isn't about one little path. It's about all the paths.
I want to know if you noticed what I noticed. So when I asked Jay to go back into that moment and to tell us about that feeling that he felt, and he said the word unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see how his energy shifted after that came out?
He seemed lighter, didn't he? No?
These are the subtleties that I love. He was so much lighter. He was so much more passionate. And you could see the tone and the melody in his voice just come right out.
Yeah.
That is the sparkle that I talk about when I want people to speak from their sparkle.
Speak from the sparkle. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
because their eyes get all sparkly.
Okay, I like to know. Okay, eyes. You said you read eyes. So tell me, are we allowed to talk about this? I mean, tell me what that means.
We're in blue. Of course we could talk about this.
What does that mean?
I never really understood what was going on as a kid. I just thought everybody did this.
Okay.
So when I look at a human being and I can see their eyes.
Take my glasses off. Can you see my eyes better?
I could see less on a screen, but I still see. It's like me wearing a white sweater. Some things are just obvious. Unless you're colorblind or legally blind, it's obvious I'm wearing a white sweater.
Okay.
Right. So when I look in people's eyes, there are certain things that are completely obvious. You know the phrase, she wears her heart on her sleeve?
Yeah.
People wear their personalities through their eyes.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Have you ever walked up to somebody and you just get that feeling that you should not talk to somebody?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I get that, only a lot stronger and a lot more detailed. Yeah. So it's just intuition, but I didn't know what it was when I was a kid. I just thought that's how everybody talked to other people. Is I would read people in the room. I would pick out the ones that were safe to talk to, and I would go up to them knowing we would have a good conversation.
So can I ask this? Is this a scientific thing that you have, being able to read people's eyes? Or is this more of a spiritual thing? Or do you think it's is it just a Laura Lake thing? I mean, I've never heard of this before. I read people's eyes. I mean, I've heard of it with, you can go to my, the natural.
Iridology?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
But that's more about your health.
Yeah, so I think it's pronounced iridology. Basically,
yes.
they look at the way those lines and bubbles and stuff are in your eyes, and
Yeah.
it'll tell you about your health because your
Right.
nervous system is connected.
Right.
That's really cool. I've just started learning a little bit about that because I want to do eye paintings because I can read people through their eyes. So it's like I love the science and I love taking all of this and bringing it together.
Let's go.
So part of it is a bit science because usually your eyes are connected to your face. It's not very often that somebody only shows me this.
Well, except for during COVID, but yes.
Except for during COVID, right? So most of the time I'm also getting the scientific information from body language,
Right,
from
yeah.
facial features and that kind of stuff. But that's just less than 10% of what I read. I have literally had people send me eye photos like this of people I've never met and go, "Oh, you think you're so good?" and send me this
A photo and just
of
a
a
photo.
random person. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they would take a selfie so that I could see their eyes of whoever it was. And then they would crop the photo so it would just be the eyes and I was not reading facial features.
Yeah.
And they're like, "You think you're so good? Read this person." And then I send them back a wall of text about what I see in their eyes. So part of it is science, just a small part, but much of it is intuition. And I'm now understanding that it is a spiritual gift.
It is.
Many
definitely.
people who are ENFJ, which is the same personality type as me, the E is extroverted, N is intuitive, F is for feeling, and J is for judger. Many ENFJs have developed their intuition to the point where they can read personalities through eyes, but not to the same extent I can.
I can't believe you do it with a still picture. I thought it was more the movement and how people were moving around. Okay.
I've actually done it with a few historical figures too.
Wow.
Like just complete random historical photos.
Okay. Well, let's do an experiment. Let's have you read my eyes some more because I'm really curious and I want to know.
You're really curious. I'll do a little bit. Yeah. So usually I do charge for this now.
Okay. So
no.
That's
Fine. Yeah, we'll talk about it. So I used to just do it as a party trick. Thinking everybody can do this, whatever. And then I realized there's so much value in me being able to see somebody's deepest, darkest secrets, their greatest desires, usually very accurate about pinpointing years, even if the person doesn't know it yet. Wow. Like when I told Jay, something happened when you were 3. I'm not entirely sure what it is. You should probably ask your parents about it.
Wow.
That person doesn't always remember what happens, but it's like I see patterns and dips and flows and patterns. And most of the time it's connected chronologically to somebody's age. So then I don't know what happens. Usually I can say, well, something happened with, and based on their energy and emotions, I could guess that it's probably their mother or a mother figure. Or sometimes it's a sibling or a grandparent. But I'm like, whatever that was that happened to you, that's personal. I'll let you figure out what that is. But whatever that moment was, this is how it shifted your default. So when I look in your eyes, I see your default and how you've grown. But when I tell people about their personality, like I was telling you that you're an introvert and that based on different experiences that you've had, this is how you've grown since then. This is how some people will get mislabeled for their personality types, is because they see their present self and think it's their default self. Okay. And really, their present self is a collection of self-adjustment in order to feel safer or fit in.
That makes sense, yeah.
And if it's too far away from their default or they didn't learn the skills enough being the opposite of their default, that's when they start to feel like they're inauthentic and they don't know who they are and they have identity issues.
Oh.
Right.
So when people grow, I mean, people must change over, because of all the stuff that happens in their lives, or maybe it's change for the better, change for the worse, who knows?
when people grow in a healthy way, what happens is they grow both sides.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let's just take the introverted and the extroverted. I'm very much an extrovert, which means I always fed off of the energy of other people. I've learned that I have to choose the type of people that I'm around in order to think of it as healthier calories.
Right. Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is healthier energy that I'm feeding off of.
Yes,
Because if I'm
definitely.
around negative people, all I'm getting is negative energy.
Right. Right.
But as I grow, and if I'm growing in a healthy way, I am learning the healthy side of introversion so that when I so choose, I can switch into my other skills and support myself, again, in a healthy way when I am being introverted. But I
Okay.
am not an introvert. I'm just using those skills.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. But
Makes
the unhealthy ones tend to learn the unhealthy patterns, and that's when trouble starts to happen.
Trouble for sure. Yes.
Yeah, so that's how all of that works, or so my understanding is currently at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And would you say you're using these skills of yours to read people to help you in what you're doing? Like, even if it isn't a reading, then you're doing some coaching, or maybe you're on stages. Are you're doing that? I mean, you probably can't not do it.
I can't not do it. But what I have decided to do is when it comes to somebody's fears, deepest, darkest secrets, that kind of stuff, there are levels. Like I can see that I'm wearing a sweater.
Yeah.
But if you give me permission, I can be like, here is the undershirt I'm wearing, which is orange. I'm not,
Yeah.
but I mean, for example, right? You were giving me permission to look on a deeper level.
Right. Right.
I have the better control now to not automatically see or look for those deeper things. I tend to go, I see what you're wearing. Let's try our best to shut it off, unless they tend to just show me that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not up to me to see your deepest, darkest secrets and then treat you differently, because now I know.
So why would someone engage in this? Why would someone say, Laura, I need you to do my reading, because is that, yeah, I'll just let you answer that.
It tends to be when people get caught up in thinking that they're a different personality type, and now they're confused because they thought they were this, but when they read this, it kind of sounds like them, but yet their patterns aren't quite matching. Like it's a mismatch. Or they'll say what they think their desires are, but it's actually other people's desires that were implanted within them. And they're not happy because they thought that's what they wanted, but really they just wanted to make people happy and adopted their expectations.
Yeah, that seems to me a lot like the identity thing again, where people are really tied to an identity. I am the mom. This is how I do it. This is what I do. And people just using that I am with something that really doesn't serve them. I'm just, who am I to judge what serves people? But just it doesn't seem to be helping them get where they want to go. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So that's what I would say.
Well, identity is based off of more than this, but a big chunk is the 4 ways that we fail. And the 4 ways that we fail are the way that we think, the way that we feel, the way that we act, and what we believe.
Right.
So it takes all of that to get to the point where we have a set of beliefs by which we guide our life. And that's what I call spirituality. It can be taken from science. It can be taken from religion. It can be taken from environment and family. Wherever it comes from, it's just a set of beliefs by which you guide your life.
Right.
To me, that's it. Plain and simple, nice and secular. But then if we're looking at a series of beliefs that make up our identity, now we're leading life through those subconscious beliefs, those subconscious actions, those subconscious feelings, and those subconscious thoughts. But in order to make those 4 ways that we fail, the 4 ways that we succeed, we have to flip them. So just like at the very beginning when we were talking about emotions, with joy and sadness being connected, they're the one and the same. Boop, boop, boop. Then what we're doing now is we're going, okay, what was a belief that I had? I believed that
My daughter.
speaking, I believed that speaking was behind a podium, that you had to do it from your head. You had to have it
Right.
memorized. That belief was that I couldn't write, all those beliefs. But what is the opposite of that? And this is where that story of me thinking that I'm unworthy and realizing that our expectations are misaligned. Same thing, different side of the coin, different side of the pen.
Story. You kind of got me on that word there. So story seems to be a lot of what we hear sometimes from people. And I know story is an important part of how we shape ourselves or our histories, let's say. When does story interfere with you moving forward? Like, I mean, you're using the story as, even in your talks, I hear people do their talks and they're using this story, which definitely wasn't the highlight of their life. It's more probably like the down,
Yeah.
The lowest part of their life. When does that interfere with where they're going?
If the story or the narrative doesn't have a lesson, or if the story and narrative causes tension, right? Or resistance, whatever word you want to place on that.
Okay.
Sometimes people will describe it as that radio dial. Like if you're tuned to 98.1, then you're not picking up 101.2. You can't. You're not tuned to that. You have to adjust your energy, adjust your narrative, adjust your story to be able to pick that up. So if I'm telling myself my whole life, I'm not worthy because people didn't want to listen to me when I was a kid, that's the story I told myself, even though we said my dad was probably doing something that needed his immediate attention and that it would be dangerous if he looked. Right? It's probably what was happening. He was working on a vehicle, most likely. But that's not what I thought at the time, because that's not my story. But now that we have that understanding, mismatched expectations, I can shift from looking this way, thinking the world looks this way, to opening it up, seeing both sides, and now I can make a choice. Do I still want to come back to this and believe that I'm not worthy? Or do I choose to come over here to this new awareness of we just have mismatched expectations? I'm choosing this. So now my life is going in this direction. So tension happens when we're faced the wrong direction or when we're not making a choice.
So if we tell the story, I guess what I'm getting at is telling the story, is that causing some negativity, in our aura or whatever you want to call it. But if we're telling the story to show how we've learned from it and we are gone from here to here, that makes it okay. Or that, in what you've described, that sounds like that's.
I think it comes in steps. So when we share our story, we definitely want to share the vulnerable pieces because that's where our audience is. They're the ones in the middle of the mess looking for answers. That's why we're sharing the story to begin with.
Right.
It's not about us anymore. Okay.
Yeah.
But if I just share my story based on the facts and the things that happened, which is where most speakers sit, then I am missing all of that emotional connection and the root cause of what's actually happening. Because if you fall down the stairs and I fall down the stairs, we probably have two different perspectives of what happened. You probably go, oh crap, I tripped over my toe, or something that was on the steps. You feel a little bad for the day and then you think nothing of it. Me, I think to myself, my knee gave out again. My body is getting worse. I might need surgery. Is it the disease, the hereditary disease that is getting worse? All this story that plays in my head. Right. You feel okay afterwards. I'm busy ruminating and feeling worse and worse. It's not the thing that happened. It's our perspective of the thing.
Right. Yes.
And our perspective is always emotional because that's how we weigh data, is with emotions.
Yeah. No, that's true.
Yes, so then, yes, it's important to share our story. But when we were talking about speaking from your sparkle, that sparkle means that I can see that emotion, but I'm not going to be stuck in that emotion.
Mm.
Not speaking from your sparkle means I don't want to look at that emotion, or I'm going to get caught in that emotion. And now you as the audience have to support me while I'm there.
That's not good. Yeah.
And that's not good.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's why you have to understand your audience too. Is your audience there to support you? Which is what a lot of these like open mic type events are like. Or are you the teacher trainer type where you're there to support the audience? So something like Blue Talks, it can be a little bit of both depending on what you choose to do with your talk.
Right.
Yeah. Is that helpful?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I come from the idea of the law of attraction. You know, I'm very much into following that.
Yes.
And so law of attraction talks about, you know, you attract what you think about. And so for me, if I thought about the worst things that's happened to me, that's something that doesn't take me in the direction I want to go. But I can see your point about it's not about you're thinking about it so much as you're just putting it in the story, putting that story in there to help other people so that they get the positive experience that you're getting out of it, right?
Ooh, so let's do that next layer with the law of attraction. How does that fit in? Because I follow the law of attraction too. So the law of attraction basically says that if you're thinking about that emotion or telling that story where it's about that bad emotion, that bad experience, we don't want to stay stuck there.
Right.
Really what happens is we want to touch on it as a starting point. We do not want to ruminate on it. When we ruminate, that adds to the tension. So when we touch on it, when we decide to touch on it, and when we go to those deep, dark places, it's only to identify. And coming from that sparkle, right, that excitement piece, what we're doing is we're looking at that old version of ourselves with love, not with the feeling of brokenness, but loving and acceptance just as they are. And that takes a lot of healing to get to that point. So it's like that me that was in the middle of their mess, she is not broken.
Yeah.
As I talk about myself all the time. Little Laura is not broken. Little Laura needs extra love right now. And I can love her just as she is in the middle of her mess with all of her emotions, which basically says you're allowed to be here and feel this. All of it's okay. Yeah. This is not a forever moment. I will be with you until you're ready to take the next moment or the next step. And because I've healed, I can now emotionally and energetically actually do that. Because I've built up the strength to be able to hold me going back and you in that moment together. And I can support both of us. It's like me having to bridal carry you up a flight of stairs. With bad knees, that's probably not happening.
Right.
But if I build up that strength and I learn those lessons and I do it properly, I can, in fact, carry you and I up the stairs. It's slightly different. And it does have, a lot of subtleties. And it can be very personal.
Yeah.
And this is why I want to work with people. It's like, can we have that conversation so that when you're sharing your story, you know which audiences you can do what with? And how you can word it in a way where you minimize your own tension so that you can share that love and acceptance with your audience.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. There's a lot there that it kind of takes me back to like my early 20s. I did a bunch of Tony Robbins courses and seminars and saw Tony live and everything with my husband. And one of the things that he taught us a lot about mindset back in those days. And so I've definitely worked on it ever since then. But what one thing that always means something to me is where he's talking about nothing has any meaning but the meaning you place on it. And so that has made me look at things much differently into the future. But then going back, that's probably, an area that I probably can still work on. And I have, in terms of what did that really mean, as you said, that story. So yeah, thanks for sharing all that.
Yeah. So I'm going to open it up to inviting our next guest a little early if you want to. If you want to, Deepal, you can just give me your thumbs up and we can take you up early. We're just kind of chatting. You seem extra enthusiastic. That sounds great.
He's the body whisperer. Of course she wants to come early.
Body whisperer.
Hi, guys.
Welcome.
How are you? Thank you.
So we were just chatting about storytelling. We won't officially start until your start time. That way, when we eventually do the clips of each person, which we're working on, okay, then you have a nice little snippet.
Yeah, no problem. We're live though, right?
We're live. 4.5 hours straight. It's all good.
All right. All right. I love this.
So we were just talking about storytelling and different ways to share struggle stories from a stage without it going against things like the law of attraction, where if you think about it too much, you're bringing in all that negative energy, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you're faced the wrong direction. Yeah. You any experience with law of attraction or telling stories on stage?
You know what? I'm just now getting on stage because I had a tremendous fear of stage when I was young. Yeah, when I was a teenager, in high school, we had this pageant, and so it was. We had to do this one part in the pageant where we had to talk about a leader that we find to be our role model. Yeah. And so I had spoken about Gandhi. Well, I didn't really speak about him because I literally got one sentence out. And then my partner, because we were going in twos. So first it was my turn. I got one sentence out. The other beautiful contestant, she was like so vibrant and da-da-da-da-da. And I just kind of, you could see on my face how I think there was like jealousy and like envy, like all this stuff happening, these emotions happening at the same time. And then that feeling of not good enough, right? And like, okay, I'm not worthy of being on stage. Nobody wants to listen to me. Nobody cares. Like, all these assumptions. And so for years, I never spoke on stage. I was like, oh, there is no way, because I felt like I was judged, right? And so that takes a huge toll on our storytelling and getting on stage, because when we tell our stories, what if we're judged for our story? Right? Like, what are people thinking? Are they liking it? Are they not liking it? And we get so involved in that. And I know, Connie, you were talking about mindset a little bit. I heard you guys over, talking about mindset, and I had to learn how to get out of that space and really say, okay, what am I here to do? What am I here for? What is my purpose? And, just that is my story. My purpose is my story, which opened up, after 40. And I feel like for a lot of us, we open up after 40. I know, Laura, you're probably younger.
Actually, I'm glad I tried most of my life to look my age. I will be 40 in January.
Wow. Okay, yeah. So I think we all have like an awakening. I think women have an awakening. We don't have midlife crises, okay, like men do. Mm-hmm. I think we have awakenings. And my awakening happened at the age of 38. So
oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm just happy to be in this space and be who I am and be authentically me and tell my story now.
Awesome. We're happy to have you.
Yeah.
So Connie, I'm just going to go for a minute and I'll be right back. And then when I come back, we'll officially start your interview, Deepal.
Officially start. Sounds good.
All right.
Good. Okay.
Awesome. So were you watching the live for a little bit then? Do you say DePaul, or how do we say your name?
Yep, DePaul, like people. I was called DePaul for years, so I'm okay. I answer to that too.
Fair enough.
I used to tell people it's DePaul, like the DePaul University. It was easy because
Yeah.
that's all I knew. And then one day I told my manager when I was working in the pharmaceutical industry, I said, the real way to pronounce my name, and I wasn't telling him because I needed him to correct it. I was just saying, hey, in India, this is how you say my name. And he's like, well, why aren't you telling people that? I'm like, I don't know. I feel bad correcting people.
No, it's good. People like people. I like that. That's makes sense. I know there's a gentleman that's on a board with me, and his name is spelt in such a way that he always gets people mispronouncing. So he always says it's think about salmon. It's ammon like salmon. So before I say his name, it's always like salmon. I always have to think about salmon. And I go ammon.
I
all
love
think about people.
We need those rhymes, right? We need to, how can we remember things? And a lot of times it's rhyming it out or tapping it or whatever we do to remember things.
Yeah. Memory aids are always huge, right? So, and that's good for speaking purposes too. It's like when we learn to use memory aids. But okay, I think we're starting officially, so I better let Laura have it.
Is that a
ghost?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I like how she does this all the time and how she's like.
Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It needs to be like, oh no, everything is white, and then readjust the light. Or I do this. Or not. It's just being mean.
Technology. You said there's always a technology thing.
I know, right?
It looks like it's coming back.
There you go.
Yeah.
I have a few little tricks just in case. I needed to go check on my daughter. She just got home from school.
Oh.
And she's been having this thing where she just stops breathing all of a sudden. And then she starts to hyperventilate, and then she gets dizzy and sometimes falls over. So I'm like, I'm just going to go check on her.
Please do.
Make sure she's good and then come back. So
I would make her sit beside me. I feel like stay right there.
No. She'll be okay. She's surrounded by cats now. It seems to only happen at school. Oh. So part of me is like, is it an allergy? Is it concentration? I don't know. We have no idea. But this is about you, Deeple. She's okay. We can stop worrying about her. She already has a doctor's appointment coming. So, the body whisperer.
Yes.
I love, you already know this, but I love to start each of my interviews by asking a research question, which tells us a lot about who you are before you tell us a lot about who you are.
Okay.
So, Deeple, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Oh, wow.
I know.
Spiritual, compassionate, and loving.
I'm glad you paused because I couldn't write that fast.
Yeah. And I couldn't think that fast.
I know. It's a deep question, but there are so many subtle layers to it.
There is.
That if the only thing people saw was that one question, they would learn so much about you.
I agree.
And that's really what I'm looking for. Is like, who is Deeple?
Yeah.
Not how can I use Deeple's skills for my benefit, but who are you as a human being so that I can connect with you like a human being?
And I love that because I get tired of people, like, especially we're in social settings and everybody's like, well, what do you do? Everything is based on what do you do for their next conversation, instead of, oh, well, who are you? So I love.
I'm always surprised sometimes when, as a woman amongst many men at a social function, and if my husband's there, especially, how long it takes people to actually ask me that question.
Oh my God.
All the guys around me.
Yes.
And I'm like, does nobody care what I do? No, apparently not. So it's surprising sometimes. And sometimes I never get asked. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't care, but it's like a little experiment in my head. I'm like, are you going to ask what I do?
So
you know what? I felt like that. And I thought I was the only one who feels like that. but I think a lot of women do. And it's interesting because it's all the time. So, is there something within us that we need to work on and heal as like a whole community of women? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because this is coming in from where men would go out and work, right? Do their thing, and women were in the house. So they were never asked, well, what do you do?
Yeah.
Right. And I wonder if that is still in the subconscious, because there's a lot of things imprinted and programmed in our subconscious, right?
Mhm.
So is that one of the programs in a
Mhm.
lot of people's mind?
I feel like it, and not to make this too long of a topic, but I feel like it's more social situations than it is work. Because if I'm at a mixer, I mean, the whole point of
Yeah.
the mixer is everyone wants to know what everybody else does. But in a social situation where, you know, you're at a friend's
Yeah,
house
I
or
agree.
whatever, that seems to happen. But,
Yeah.
sorry, but on to you. Laura.
No, the best part is no matter where these conversations go, there's always a
There's a
thread to bring
reason.
it back. But it's
Mhm.
my job to bring it back. So no
Mhm.
matter where you
Right.
two decide to take it, it's my job to thread it in. So it's all good. So Deepu, on this topic of your three words, the spiritual, the compassionate, and the loving, and I'm assuming that you work on mindsets, that you work on belief systems, that you work on some sort of spiritual background there. I knew it would tie in. Can you tell us how these words, and I'm going to remind you, spiritual, compassionate, and loving, what do they have to do with the work that you do?
So spiritual, compassionate, and loving. So my thing is like as a body whisperer, personal development coach, and a speaker, I coach women who struggle to listen to their body and feel emotionally drained. They lack confidence, they're overly accommodating, and in turn, they neglect their health. And when we bring in spirituality, right? And I found that anyone who's on a healing journey, a health journey, they're also tapping into who am I? What's my purpose here? Why am I in this pain? Because a lot of times, conventional medicine can't help answer these questions. There's a place for conventional medicine, but these kind of questions are more deeper within. And when we can show ourselves compassion and love ourselves, which is the very first step to healing, that is when we're going to start really lighting up that fire and purpose within when we can heal ourselves. Because I found that a lot of people sit in that pain. I used to sit in the pain and just wallow in it and be like, that was the topic of discussion. You talk about social settings and worrying about what my husband's doing. No, I was like, let me tell you about my pain. And we sit there and we talk about it, and then we have that energy that we create, and it's just not serving us. And so how can we find a way to heal ourselves, our body, and grow spiritually? And it's through finding compassion and love for ourselves, and that's the first step.
So I'm going to thread it now.
Mhm.
The compassion and the love for ourselves. You were asking, what is it that we can do? And it's kind of unfortunate and very self-aware that you worded it that way, Deepu. What can we do if we're the ones having things happen to us and things are going wrong? What is it that we're doing? We tend to think like that as women, don't we?
Yeah.
What am I doing wrong? And not placing anything external. Okay. Loved it. And at the same time, there's also that external factor. So what is it that we're doing? There is that lack of compassion for ourselves in certain situations. There's still that mindset, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Within our body, not just in our mind, but weaved into our physiological being about who we're supposed to be in these situations. And I know that you can speak to that. So please speak to that. How does the mentality weave itself into the physical body?
So I feel that the mentality comes from childhood. right? What we've experienced as children, we were never taught in school how to love ourselves. We were never taught in school how to be compassionate. We weren't even taught at home, right? I mean, for goodness sakes, like my parents never said I love you for the longest time till I was like 14 years old. And that was only because we had moved to Kentucky, from New Jersey to Kentucky, okay? And when we moved to Kentucky, my cousin, her parents would always say, I love you, I love you. And I think it's a learned behavior to show people compassion and love. And that just shows it, right? Like that example right there, being your environment plays a huge role on how you pick up these types of characters and qualities within you. And this way, now I'm able to do that with my kids. Otherwise, I could see that I wouldn't say I love you. You know, I know my brother always talks about his wife and how she never says I love you. And it's because, again, a learned behavior. You know, her parents never said it either. And I don't know if it's a cultural thing as well, but I do feel that it's a learned like a learned behavior from our parents. And so for me, yes, it's all about mindset, what we want to put, how we want to integrate, and how we want to lead our lives. Does it have to be from what we learned? Or do we want to change that? Because we always talk about, oh, I want to change this. I want to change that. Well, how do you expect these changes to unfold if you're just going to keep doing the same thing? Right? So for me, not only did I start to receive that love from my parents because I felt special when they did say, oh, I love you, you know, and I felt accepted and received. Did I feel heard and sometimes unseen? Sure, I did. But that goes with the teenage life, you know, but how do we shift our mindset to really growing up and saying, okay, I am love, I am compassion. And I literally had to tell myself this. I had to talk to myself. And I don't think we do that enough, is speaking to ourselves. And we have to start doing that. And not just love it, and not just saying it, but like really saying, okay, what do I love about myself? Right? I love my body. Like if we're looking in the mirror and every day you're like, oh my God, I'm fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too this, I'm too that. Where's the love and compassion? Then you're not really doing what you're saying. So we not only have to say, okay, I am love, I am compassion, or you know, affirm to ourselves, I love myself. And that's how I started, honestly, looking in the mirror. I used to use Louise Hay's she had the mirror technique. And when I started on my journey, she's the one I followed, as well as Dr. Wayne Dyer. And Louise Hay really taught me that I can pass a mirror and I can look at myself in the mirror, eye to eye, right? And not just look down going, I love myself, right? But you're going, I love myself. I freaking love myself, you know? And I found that there was nothing wrong with that. So I feel that we need to start there and then watch that mindset, how it plays into your body, because now you're going to start loving your body too. And it's easy to do that when you can start by loving yourself, because you're loving all of yourself, right? Not just bits and pieces. So that's really, really important.
I forgot I was on mute. I was like, oh no, I gotta find the button. The whole journey of loving yourself is quite a courageous journey. And you talked earlier about going to the gym and your health journey and your spiritual journey and how they are all thank you, Connie. And how they are all intertwined. And it just all the things you were saying at the beginning, I was like, that's me, and that's me. And that's me, and that's me, and that's me. And I know that I'm to this point now of having to realize I'm almost 40. I'll be 40 in like less than 2 months.
Oh,
I feel like there's this new version of me that needs the support. And yet all the other version of me has been yelling at me for decades to please look after me. Please, just please. We can do better. We can totally do better. You're just not letting us do better. But if you looked after us, we can do better.
Yeah.
And I still feel like I'm demanding. So trying to whisper to my body instead of yelling at it. I love that word.
It's true. That is true. If we can connect in a compassionate way with our body, then our body will respond, right? And like I said, just talking to yourself is just so important. I don't think we do that enough.
So Deepal, how did you come up with this? Like, was this something that you invented, the body whisperer? I mean, I know it's your brand, but is this some kind of study that you're following, or I'm not sure the right word to use to describe it.
Yeah, that's a great question. So when I look back, I used to work in the pharmaceutical industry. Definitely not a body whisperer.
Right.
And I loved it. For 12 years, I did it with my heart into it. It's all I knew, right? And then one day in, I think 2010, when the downturn happened, there was like this loss of purpose. And I just felt empty. I didn't know where I was going, but my husband's like, you need to either quit your job and give it to somebody who really needs it, or you need to quit your job. So I said, okay, fine. I had the hardest time. It took me over a year just to say, okay, fine, I'm going to do it. I'm going to pick up the phone, call my manager and say, I quit.
Yeah.
I finally did it. And it was like this huge sense of freedom. And I just said, okay, I'm just going to take care of myself, find some natural healing, because I was dealing with a lot of digestive problems from top to bottom. I mean, it was a whole pipe. And I'm like, conventional medicine is not cutting it. I used to call on gastroenterologists, for goodness sakes. So you would think I have access to everything.
Right.
And I even tried natural supplements. That wasn't working. It was just all filling up my cabinets. And so when I started this natural healing method, I found an energy healer. And I was like, oh my God, there's something called energy healing. And I'm like, let me give it a try. Luckily, I was open to all this stuff because my little girl, she was having her own experiences as a spiritual being. And she would talk to trees and pick up rocks and bring them home and talk to them. And I was like, what is she doing? I don't know. And I started taking some classes.
I was like, I do that too. I'll be in the middle of live and I'll like accidentally break a branch off the tree. And I'll be like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And I'll like pet the tree.
But she would do that. She's like, Mom, there's a soul in there and it's talking to me. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Let's just go with it. At this point, I was just open to anything. I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I wanted to understand it more. And then so I took a lot of different classes. And then I started to really get into it. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to learn Reiki. And then I learned pranic healing. Then I learned all these different things. I learned with Deborah King. I learned with, quantum touch. I learned every modality that I could. But then I came to body talk. And I took that class because I'm always fascinated by the body, right? I'm all science, analytical, all that stuff. So I'm like, ooh, body talk. So I went to that class and it was a weekend class and I loved it. I loved every bit of it. And I'm like, can I do this? And so I decided to ask the universe, like, I really want to do this. And because before I was doing stuff in my home, right? Like doing sessions in my home.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really out there in the world. And it was just dabbling. My husband's like, Deepal, you need to find something that is not in our house and do something outside. And I'm like, okay, I will. So I was listening to telesummits at the time. And this was years ago, like 10 years ago, 2017, 16.
Tell us. You say
telesummits.
Okay.
Telesummits are where all these beautiful healers talk about different topics and help you heal. Okay. So I had bought some stuff from these telesummits, and one of the ladies that I had bought something from, which sometimes we buy things, we don't even know why, we don't need it, but we buy it. Right. So I had done that. And she apparently lived right down the street from me. And she was my angel. She was like a guardian angel sent to me because she helped me. Like, I don't even know why. You know, there's people that come into your life that just help you. They just want to be there for you.
Mm-hmm.
And she helped me get into this telesummit world. And at that time, and even now, you'll see a lot of summits, right? They're telesummits because they are like this. Okay. And so we she got me started, and I built my website. I figured out how to do all this tech stuff, and it was just amazing. And so I'm like, okay, I will be the body whisperer and the medical intuitive and help women and men and whoever wants to come into my world and help them explore their health, especially when conventional medicine fails, or they don't believe in it, or they want to add to conventional medicine, which a lot of people do that because, a lot of things like like heart issues, you don't want to not take your medication, right?
Yeah.
You can with energy healing, you can. I mean, I've helped many clients lower their medication or come off of their medication, but it's by clearing these blocks and really understanding what emotions are lying under that health issue. So that's how I became the body whisperer.
That's a beautiful story.
Oh, I went to go find this.
Mindscape.
So this was one of the first major courses that I took. It's Mindscape by the International Body Talk Association.
Oh.
So I was like, was this the course that you took?
I didn't. I took it by somebody that was on a telesummit that I had heard and I was following, and I was like, oh, I want to go because she's coming to, she lived in Atlanta at that time. And I was like, oh, I want to go to her course. She's so good, and so, yeah.
See, sometimes I forget I even took that because we take so many things. You're like, I lost track.
I know. I pile things on too, and I'm like, yeah, that looks great. I'm going to do it. Heck, I just got like a few months ago, I got a course on how to do better videos or something. And I don't know. It's just sitting there.
So we'll have to take it, right? Well, so you're doing talks now as the body whisperer. What is one of your messages that you're giving through that talk?
Yeah, how to be more intuitive with your body and how to strengthen your intuitive abilities. Because until you are intuitive, and we all have these intuitive abilities, right? We all get goosebumps, we get gut feeling, we hear voices at times, right? And we can't really pinpoint exactly how to use them. Or we're not using them correctly, or we're afraid to use them. So I help people recognize that they do have these intuitive abilities and how to use them and strengthen them and activate them, and then really use them to get messages from the body themselves.
We were just talking about this earlier. Connie was asking me about my eye reading because I was reading Jay and Connie's eyes just casually during our interview.
Casually.
And like there was no work on my end. It was just like I'm wearing black, I'm wearing white. Yeah, it's obvious, but no.
And now Deeple's reading our bodies, so it's awesome.
No. You know what? I can turn it off when I want.
That's good.
That was the other thing we talked about is sometimes when you're just learning these things, you don't know how to shut it off.
Yeah.
You don't even know how to turn it on. You're like, I need it to be helpful. How do I? But it's just like a superhero movie. The ones with their new powers, just learning how to use them.
Exactly.
You know how to turn it on, how to shut it off, how to amplify, how to be kind.
I love it. Yeah. So I teach people how to use their spidey senses, right?
I would say that's one of the biggest things I'm trying to learn I'm not trying. I am learning.
There we go.
I am learning right now is about intuition, and so it's so interesting that both of you are already embracing that and using that and have such an interesting, I don't know, gifts with it.
Oh. Well, you know what? We all have these abilities, and I feel like a lot of people, yeah, it's there, but it's random, right? Like maybe after you have an intuitive hit, you're like, oh, did I say the right thing? Did I make the right decision? Maybe I should ask somebody, and we constantly doubt ourselves. But I take people to where it's actionable, where it happens unconsciously, where you don't have to think about it. Things just manifest and it just happens, and you don't have to doubt yourself, and you're ready to make those decisions, some of those hard decisions, easy decisions, whatever, anytime. Like, we are using our intuition all day long, right? For example, like, I have 3 offices, okay? And I'm like, okay, do I want to go there, here? Where do I want to go? So we don't really think about it when we're making that choice or that decision. I'm like, oh, this feels good, right? We say, oh, this feels good, right? That's the key, that we're using our intuition. When something feels right, when something feels good. So even when we're picking out an apple at the market, have you ever realized you pick up 3, 4 apples and you're like, oh, this isn't it? Even a bag of apples, you're like, oh no, I don't think I want this bag. Like, why do we do that, right? They're all apples. So you're already communicating with everything around you, because everything is energy. So you're already communicating with it. Now you're making that decision. Do you vibe with me, and do I vibe with you? And let's go home together.
Oh, so funny. It reminds me, I was going to ask about how interesting it is that so many of us who have come from a science background have come into the what I jokingly call the woo-woo, but woo-woo is just science that person doesn't understand yet.
Right.
But so many of us with a science background has kind of come into spirituality and learned both sides. So I'm going to add to what you just said about the communication and coming home with me and all that kind of fun stuff. There is an episode of The Magic School Bus where they teach you that plants talk to each other. And they show you how the kids become mushrooms and trees and like ferns and everything in the woods.
I remember that.
And all of it's in the newer season.
Oh, then I don't. Okay.
I want to say about 5 years ago-ish, something like that. And yeah, so the kids get to see and feel that the mushrooms are talking to the trees and the trees are talking to the ferns and everybody's talking to each other and sharing resources because of that communication.
I love it.
See,
I'm so glad. Like,
Magic School Bus is all science. Yeah. Wow.
It is.
They need to teach this to kids, but I don't think people get it, because here's the thing, even the superhero movies, like, I didn't start watching them till about a few years ago when my girls were really into the superheroes, and I was like Stark and, I mean, I watched Spider-Man and I watched Superman, of course. And I watched Wonder Woman. Like, those were the ones, but not
DC.
the DC and the Marvel, all of those I never watched and got into. And even going back to Star Wars and all that, right? So if you go that far back, like, they're teaching you energy. Like, what did they say in Star Wars, right? The force is within you.
Exactly.
Well, people are just like, okay, the force is within me. Like, what does that really mean? Yeah, that means that life force is within you. Use that life force, because that's what's going to give you what you want. It's going to help you fight. It's going to give you strength. It's going to give you everything that you need to move through your day, right? Because we're going to hit problems and obstacles all day long. They don't go away. So how do we do that? We use our life force energy to help us navigate through our life. Right?
Yay, nerd analogy time. Okay, taking that analogy, the next step. How many Jedi and Sith are there out of the whole entire population?
Oh,
Not a lot, right? Just minimal. So to us, they seem like superheroes,
Yeah.
or they seem like powerful beings.
Right.
When really, if we look into the training, each person has the force, but it's the training of the force that helps you be able to control that power.
That's true. Yes.
But everybody has it.
And I actually talk on that topic.
Wow.
With the whole Star Wars.
Well,
analogy?
no, I wish I did talk about that, but I talk about how our superpowers are within us and what we're looking at, the flying or the, whatever these superheroes do. But if you look deep down inside, we have our own superpowers. And how can we use our own superpowers? How do we first recognize those 3 core superpowers, right? And then how do we use them in our daily life? Okay. And so one of them is emotional regulation.
Yes.
Right? Right? Because those are the ones that empower us. And we want to be empowered beings. So emotional regulation, using our emotions, our thoughts, and our feelings to react or actually respond to our day rather than reacting, right? So you've got one superpower.
Can I pause just for a second?
Yeah.
Emotional regulation is like that funnel that helps us to focus the power.
Exactly.
Okay, continue.
Yes. So number 2, intuition, which we talked about, right?
Yeah.
Using our intuitive abilities and really getting quiet so that we can hear and be present rather than being controlled by our environment and the noise in our environment, right? Because that's where we make our decisions. Oprah Winfrey, Winston Churchill, all the way back to Aristotle's time, intuition has been the greatest thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, number 3, which is shifting a habit, because we all have habits that we have created, whether it is texting all the time, looking at our phone, picking it up. And I believe most of our habits are on the phone nowadays. So shifting that one habit, and the way to shift that habit is really saying that I can, because when I was looking at a study, it was the European Journal of Social Psychology. They actually showed that it takes 18 to 254 days to shift a habit, averaging to 66 days. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the thing. Most people don't spend that much time to change a habit. I'm guilty of that. I'm not going to say I never have. I recently did in a year. I showed myself that I can change a habit, but that's the thing I used. I used that word. I changed that one word from I can't to I can, and then I took actions around that to help me with that, right? Just changing the word doesn't mean anything, because I used to do that before and I'm like, oh yeah, I can do it. And then there was no action behind it. Right? So when we truly believe that I can change my body, like I just went from a huge transformation a year ago because I wanted to have better health, in the long run. I wanted to feel good, have more energy, and I knew I needed to make some health shifts and eat better because I wasn't getting enough calories in the day. And I didn't realize how much that was impacting my mental health, my physical health. And once I committed to the I can, and got a coach to help me and mentor me, it makes a huge difference, because now you have somebody that helps you become accountable, right? And so that's why I want to make sure that my students, when they take my course, the Quantum Body Awakening course, they are accountable for how they're moving through the course and really learning what they need to learn to become the body whisperers, So those are my 3 superpowers. Wow. That you guys already have.
Great that you're practicing yours. So
okay, see, now I'm picturing the funnel as, in the old cartoons where the old characters would have these great big funnels for their ears. Okay, that's what I'm picturing as the funnel, so that we can hear the whispers. So that once we understand what the whispers are telling us, we can start to change those actions and beliefs.
I believe it. I know it. It's gonna work. What about, funnel in, I know people ask, well, how do you listen to your body, right?
Mhm.
So the question to ask is body, what do you need? What do you need from me right now?
Mhm.
Right? When you have a discomfort, a pain, right? I mean, people have back pain all the time. What do you need right now?
Yep.
Right? It's that simple. And then just be quiet. Remember intuition. Be quiet and listen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't remember where I was going to go with that.
The funnel. The funnel.
Okay. Well, oh yeah, I was very much laughing at the funnel. I think I just got stuck there. It's okay. But I like these ideas of just taking what we're talking about, finding some analogies, maybe something funny to help us remember what it is. I was going to ask you a question, and now I don't know what it was. It was something personal too, and
Oh my goodness.
Her cat moved in her window.
I
I was
know.
going to ask about that, but
Kitties. Yeah.
see him in the window.
It's going to drive me nuts. I'm just going to message you like later after the show is over, and I'll be like, I remember. And
I
then
remember. You know what? I love my saffron lattes since we're talking about nothing now.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Saffron latte. Why?
Saffron is really good for the body. And I had asked my body, what do I need? One time I was having a lot of brain fog and going through menopause, right?
Yes.
And yeah, so I have been dealing with a couple of symptoms, and one of them was hot flashes. I wasn't having that much hot flashes, but night sweats, I was fighting with the blanket. I was literally fighting on and off, on and off. I love you, I hate you. I love you, I hate you. And I got frustrated because I wasn't sleeping, and in the morning I couldn't focus, right? Because when we don't get enough sleep, there's no way we're going to be attentive, we're going to be moody, we're going to be irritated. And so for 2 months, I let it go, which I'm surprised I did that, because usually I'm just like, okay, let's get the answer, right? But I just wouldn't let myself get quiet. And that's unfortunate that I did that to myself, because I thought it would just go away. We think sometimes things are just temporary, they'll just go away. But no, this thing wanted to stick around. And I asked my body, I said, okay, seriously, what do you need? Because I don't want to go to the doctor. I don't want to get on estrogen. I don't want to do all these things, right? So what do you need? And literally I was guided. I got up from my seat and I walked into the kitchen, and there was magnesium sitting there. And we're not very good with following, making sure we take our pills every single day, right? Especially if it's a supplement. We're like, oh, I don't really need it. It's okay. I'll just take it
until day 2. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then you're like, what did I forget?
Exactly. Well, I wasn't very consistent with magnesium. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take it. Just, I don't know. My body's asking for it. So I started taking it, and within the 3rd day, my night sweats stopped. My hot flashes stopped. And I'm like, what the heck? So I also started incorporating saffron. And I'm like, well, this is even better. Like, I'm not having any symptoms. So I don't even feel like I'm in menopause right now. I feel great, And the only thing my body needed was magnesium. Like, I'm like, wow, it's amazing what you can do when you really listen, right?
Yeah,
Like, the answers are within us, honestly.
My eye was twitching for a month straight. Just like the tiniest little thing. And then when I was stressed or tired, it would be more like visual for other people. Otherwise, it was just annoying to me and nobody noticed, thankfully. But then I doubled my magnesium. And other than me sleeping horribly last night, complete with night sweats,
嗯
just a little bit of a twitch this morning, just a little. And I did. I forgot my supplements. But I remember my question, or I guess my comment question.
Sure.
I remember after my accident, I had a lot of anxiety attacks. The only thing that I found to help in my anxiety attacks was when I calmed myself down and I went, okay, Laura, what am I feeling? I'm feeling some fear. Okay. So then I would go, okay, fear, what message do you have for me? Because I knew that in that moment, the anxiety attacks always happened when I finally relaxed. Just like our good ideas happen in the shower. So when I finally relaxed, my body was still whispering, but I could finally hear the whispers. And it was, you're in fear. Panic, 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 panic.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, fear, what do you have to tell me?
Yeah.
Well, that thing next Thursday, we're kind of panicking about that. It's like, oh, thank you for telling me. And as soon as I did that, anxiety attack went away.
I love it.
So then I started doing it more and more.
Yeah.
Because they would happen. They would happen a lot, to the point where I stopped all my anxiety attacks until this year.
Yeah.
Is that a part of menopause and perimenopause? Because I was fine.
Yes, it
And
is.
now all of a
It is.
sudden,
It is. I have a couple of girlfriends having the same thing, a lot of brain fog.
it's horrible.
Lion's mane is very good for brain fog and concentration and focus. One of the, I mean, for anxiety, again, I would recommend, see, magnesium comes in many forms, right? There's certain, I take a combo magnesium, which has like 3 different magnesiums, right?
Yeah.
And so that has really helped me. I haven't had any anxiety, but I used to have anxiety and panic attacks. And sometimes it's our traumas coming back, they're being triggered. But the one you're talking about right now is through menopause. Of course, perimenopause, menopause will cause that because you're changing, your body's changing, your hormones are changing. They don't know what to do. And they're just like screaming at you like, Laura, this isn't fun. And so being able to recognize it and really take the time to ask, and then going even deeper with that question, okay, where did it come from? What do I need to do about it? Like, that's really important. And I don't think we take that time to do it. We just go to the doctor, or we figure something else out, get on medication, and it's just easier. But what if it's easier? Because a lot of people's bodies are no longer accepting medication. We're having more side effects than we are the effects. And so if you like, I'm very sensitive to medication, like even Tylenol or Motrin or anything in my body, antibiotics, like my body goes, I'll have the most uncommon side effects. I'm like, the rarest ones I'll have. I'm like, oh goodness. So of course that's not good, but because when you really need it, but at this moment in my life, with me taking as much care of my body, and I think self-care is so, so important. And self-care, not just for your body, but for your mind. And if we can do that, we can eliminate the stress and the inflammation and the cortisol increase and really start to heal ourselves. And it's just important. And so everything that you mentioned, Laura, that's exactly the steps that I would take if something comes up. For anybody listening, it's great. Tune in, don't tune out, don't neglect it.
So we have about 2 minutes. So I want to make sure that we know where to find you and what your favorite way of communicating is.
Yes, I love emails. So you could email me, yes, at deepalshaw@anandaforlife.com.
Okay. Awesome. And then I also like to hold space in case there's anything on your mind or in your heart that you wanted to share. So what do you want to leave people with today?
Yeah, I just want to leave you with this beautiful, this beautiful space that we've created right here. And it was so informational. I mean, it was informational for me, getting to know what's happening and really seeing what you are thinking. And, just really don't abandon and neglect your body. This body is your vessel. Use it, utilize it, and really take care of it, because it's going to take you a long ways, right? If you want to live long, if you want to have more vitality and longevity, it's time to start using this properly, and this. So let's do it together.
Makes sense.
I want to learn so much more because I've been going through perimenopause apparently since I was 33.
Wow.
And nobody likes to talk about it until you're at least 40. And I'm not even 40 yet. So I'm just like,
I know it's happening early now. So, it's all the stuff in our life, and it's all the stuff in the world, and all of our foods and everything. And it's unfortunate, but these are the types of things that we have to work with rather than against. If you keep working against it, it's just going to keep pushing, right? So that's why this work is so important.
So important.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Deepal.
Thanks,
And
Deepal.
I'm grateful that you taught me how to say your name last time we chatted. So I could say it correctly this time.
Thank you so much, Laura.
Good to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Till we meet again. Bye,
Yes.
Deepal.
Bye.
So our next guest is backstage. Lay, just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to join us. Awesome. This day has been going by so quickly, Lay.
It has, definitely.
That, it feels like it's only been an hour.
Right? I know.
I love this so much. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Lei, like the Hawaiian necklace?
Yes. Okay.
Lei.
Double checking. Awesome. So, Lei, I love to start off all these interviews with a fun research question, and I would love for you to play with me. So here's the question. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Compassionate,
Mm-hmm.
caring, and loving.
Compassionate, caring, and loving. Why those words? Why not like creative and pineapple and elephant? I don't know. I just threw words in there. Why those ones?
Because for what I do, it's really important to have those qualities. What I do is I take my, kind of similar to you, but not exactly. I've had a lifetime of interesting experiences, many of which were created or were somewhere related to what people would call death, which there is none of. And I see all of this as a timeline that gave me the foundation to do what I do now, which is my favorite people to work with are people about your age, maybe a little bit younger, the younger generations, who are the ones who are going to create the new world. But right now, as we're breaking away from the old world, they are lost, confused, frustrated, and they're really like, this just doesn't serve me. I don't know what to do. And they're getting lost in all sorts of means of trying to heal this pain or deal with this pain that are not healthy for them. And so I help them to find clarity and self-awareness and to succeed in life.
Clarity is a huge topic. So when it comes to your work, Lei, where do you find that people miss the mark when it comes to getting clear and finding that clarity?
The major thing that's going on right now, and it's been going on for some time, even I can remember it when I was a child, but it's getting much, much more pronounced, is that all of the boxes that we have been told throughout time, these are what you need to do to live in society, to live a successful life, to live as you're, quote, supposed to. And these boxes don't work. They haven't worked for a very long time. And so now these new generations, these younger generations, are breaking down these boxes. And I think that's the major important thing that they have to realize, or they get to realize, is that they're the ones breaking down the boxes. In the terms of, say, an example of, say, the Matrix, every last one of them is what's his name? Anu? Anyway,
Neo?
there's Morpheus, Neo. That's the one,
Neo.
which also is like new.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're all like him, New, and Neo, and
Neo.
they're the ones who are becoming. It's been a long, long time since.
I know. I have to go watch the movies again now.
It means the same thing. They're the new ones, and those of us, and you can be both of these roles at the same time. They're looking for Morpheus to help them figure it out. And so, and like I said, all of us can be each of these, but that's what they're doing right now, is trying to figure out, how do we get out of, quote, the Matrix, which is basically like a simulation or a game, and it seems so real. And that's where they get lost, is in realizing that in not realizing that they have the choice, and that they can create a different world that does work for them, and that does serve all people equally.
Do you have
So
any
what do you do, Lay, that helps people see this? Sorry.
Yeah.
Laura.
I talk to them, and I
Yeah, so
find
you like
whether I'm
seminars or
whether I'm in one-on-one sessions, whether I'm in a group, whether I'm going to the grocery store, no matter where I'm going, some message comes to someone that needs it at that moment in time. I don't plan it; it just comes through me, and that's part of what how I work. Is I have, through these experiences, the timeline experiences that I mentioned, I have become the channel for the wisdom keepers of lost civilizations, shortened to the wisdom keepers. And they're with me all the time. So wherever I go, someone can get a message from me or through me that it might not mean anything to me, but it means a whole lot to them.
So it's like you're the phone line.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Mhm.
I'm just picturing the old party lines where somebody picks up one end and somebody picks up the other end, and it's the same one conversation. Yeah, it's so funny.
When did this start for you, Lane? Sorry.
It's as I look back on it now, it's been happening all of my life, but it really started. The first near-death experience was right after the birth of my second son when I was 21, and the birth had been difficult, to say the least, and because it was so high pressure, so fast moving. I don't blame the medical staff at all. They did the very best they could under very difficult circumstances. But afterward, I came down with a very high fever. It was 111 in Fahrenheit, 44 Celsius.
Oh, wow.
And so as I lay there on the hospital bed, that kind of a temperature, you're not moving very much.
No.
But I sat up and I looked back, and there behind me on the bed was my body. There's no emotion, no thoughts, no feelings, nothing at all. Just, oh. And then I floated out of my body, and I floated into a very dark, pitch black, beyond black tunnel. I assume it was very black. I couldn't see or perceive anything. And so I just moved through it, and it was extreme bliss, complete unconditional love, so supportive, no judgment at all, just beautiful. I'm like, okay, after the rough life that I've had, I'll take this, even if it is very dark. And I eventually found myself in what I perceived as like a widening. Was it a room? I don't know. And I stopped. I stopped moving. I'm like, okay, it still feels the same. I'm good with this.
Mhm.
And then I heard a voice, and I perceived it as male, though I don't know that to be true. And it was the most loving, gentle, supportive, non-judgmental voice at all. And he asked, "Do you want to come now?" I instantly knew what it was he was asking, and I kind of panicked for just a half second, and I said, "I can't. I've got 2 children to raise." And I just perceived a nod of the head, no judgment, went back down the tunnel, plop, back in my body, the fever broke, and I was out of the hospital the next day. And now I knew I had a reason for being here. I had a purpose for being in this life. And I moved on in my life from that. But at that point in time, I started having these things happen where people would come to me and ask questions they wouldn't ask anybody else. And there would be some sort of an answer that they needed that came through me. And I didn't understand it. I just knew it was happening. And through the next 40 years, yes, it took me a very long time, these things kept kind of growing until there was a point where it was like they said, okay, it's time, we're going to flip the switch. And I got another one of those lovely illnesses. And I kind of left my body, but I didn't go. I mean, I can't say I went anywhere. I just was in a different place. And it was a place that was very kind of foggy, murky, kind of brown, pink, orange color in the air. But it had that same feeling, that same wonderful feeling. And this time I knew I was not alone because there were a whole bunch of other voices there. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them. And they felt the same way as that voice had. Only this time they were chanting to me over and over, you have done what you came here to do. You have done what you came here to do. And I'm like, oh, that's wonderful. That's what? And at that moment, boom, back in my body, fever broke. And I'm like, if I've done what I came here to do, why am I here? And I started working on, first of all, if I'm not going to be here very long, maybe I need to work on dying well. So I started studying everything from Ram Dass, everything I could find. And then I eventually went into some other teachers too. But at the point in time where he transitioned, and he really wanted everybody to know that what he had perceived as would be happening after that moment. So I knew that he was not well. I mean, he'd not been well for a very long time. And I was still studying everything from him too. But I'm sitting on the couch, and he's transitioned. He transitioned on the 22nd of December. And this is now the 25th of December. And I'm just sitting there because now I'm still too weak. I've had this huge illness, and I'm just very, very weak. And I'm not moving very far. And I'm sitting on the couch because there's very little else I can do. And all of a sudden outside, right by my carport, and I mean, I have preface. I live in Hawaii. It's a little different than a lot of people in December, okay? So right outside of my carport, which is kind of an open carport, it's got spaces, I see someone walking by, and I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, there's no path there. There's only trees, and there's not a lot of space out there, and there's no reason why anybody would be walking by there. And this is all happening almost instantaneously. And then I looked again, and it's a man with scraggly kind of hair and a scraggly beard, wearing a white robe. And he kind of looks at me and goes, yeah. He didn't say anything. It's just kind of, It was Ram Dass. Ram Dass was visiting me. And I was just absolutely thrilled. So I managed, after he went on by, to pull myself together enough to go out there and see where he had been. And there happens to be a guava tree that grows there. Now, again, this is December. Nothing is fruiting at that point in time. And I walked out there, and right where I had seen him, there were, in the shape of a diamond, 4 perfect, nicely round, large, yellow guavas sitting in the ground in the shape of a diamond. He'd left me a gift. Wow! I can't explain the kind of thrill that I felt at that point in time. But I knew that the reason he'd done that, why he visited me, why he left that for me, was because I had known that what he wanted when he transitioned, he did not want people to be sad. He did not want people to grieve. He wanted people to celebrate his freedom and join him in enjoying that ability to have the freedom. And I knew that he was in that freedom, and he was in joy and love. And that's why he visited me. And I knew that was one of the messages I needed to bring forth, is that there is no death. And what's on the other side is gloriously wonderful. Not that there's another side, because, as he would say, we're everywhere. We're always everywhere. And this is only a perception. But in our perception, that he had left this perception and returned to freedom, all of which is kind of not real anyway, except for the freedom and being everywhere at once. And we are all energy, just energy. But it's in knowing that we understand that we can create this perception of our own will. And that's what's really helping a lot of the younger generation right now, is that they know, they can then understand that where they perceive themselves to be right now, and all of the difficulties that they're experiencing, are all of the old going away, and they are the ones creating the free world that's to come.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. Oh, wow. Every time I've had a near-death experience, I never had anything like that. I never got that far. I can't remember if it was you that sent me an email or if it was somebody else about the whole near-death experience. Was it you, Lay?
It very well could have been. I don't remember.
I'd have to go back. But wow, to have all of those layers of happening instead of just maybe a message or maybe a visual, but to have that whole experience, not just once, but twice happen to you. Wow. You said you have 2 kids?
I have 2 kids, yeah.
What did you tell them about this experience?
Not at that time.
Not at that time. Do they know now?
Not the first one. They were 1 and 3 at the time.
Yeah, no.
No. I've had discussions with both of them after that.
Okay.
My older son, when I got pregnant with him, I had decided that because my life had been extremely challenging. I had a mother who was 16 when she got pregnant with her first child.
Oh.
And she and my father it continued to have 6 children in 7.5 years. She was frustrated, overwhelmed, angry. She was extremely abusive. And so I had a very, very tough childhood. And I decided when I got pregnant, my child will have something different. I am going to raise my child to know how to think, not what to think. And so my older son is now a Buddhist chaplain in the U.S. military.
Oh, wow.
Very nice. Yeah.
I was wondering about the kids and wondering if you've talked to them about it, because I hear a lot of stories of kids having interesting insights from their perspective. Like you said, you were pregnant. Was that your first child that you were pregnant with the first time it happened?
No, my second.
Oh, it was your second
Well,
child.
it was after the birth of my second one.
Okay. Because part of me is curious whether or not that child had chosen to be a part of that, or maybe cue that situation up for you to either help you learn something or have an experience for themselves. That's kind of where I thought maybe there might be something.
I think that we all choose, before we get here, we all plan and choose who's going to be part of our lives and how they're going to be part of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone that we meet, including both of you, we decided this before we ever got here. And my children decided to be with me for the reasons they needed to. My older son wanted that foundation so that he could buck the system, so to speak, and be something completely unique in this particular perception. And he continues to be a unique person. We talk about all sorts of things, anything, everything, and have for a very long time. I did keep any secrets from them. And I tried to give them the best possible role modeling that I could for not getting caught up in society. Part of how I'd been raised, because I was the fourth child and the third of three girls in a row. And then there were two boys after me and the one at the very beginning. But I was basically the hand-me-down child, the basically unwanted child. But I was also a black sheep. And that served me very well later on. I mean, it was really tough growing up. I had no social training at all. But I can see now how that was how I learned that the boxes are there and that you can break down the boxes and that anybody can do it. And that's what I do now.
Did you help people break down the boxes?
Break down the boxes.
Incredible.
My first thought was, well, when we break down the boxes, we can reuse them, we can recycle them, we can build things out of it. There's lots of things that we can do with it. But I do see the difference between me and my daughter. I just did a talk 3 weeks ago now about getting to that point in my life where I'm checking all the boxes, right? The house, the car, the husband, the kid, the RSP, all those things, thinking that would make me happy. Because that's what people told us. That's how we grew up. Just check all the boxes, and once they're all checked, you'll be happy. No. It's one of the most miserable times of my life. And so then the question is do the boxes matter? Do I create other boxes? Do I rip these ones down? Am I just coloring them a different color? I don't know. But I think that's part of the beauty of life too, is to figure that out along the way.
And what I can tell you is that, first of all, just break down the boxes. You don't have to build more boxes, because then once you have the boxes broken down, each and every one of us is allowed to live freely, and we can live freely. And we can, my vision of the future is that we'll get to the point where there are no boxes, that everybody has enough, everybody is taken care of, everybody is also, they take back their own power. So you have your power. You don't ask me to give my power to you, and you don't expect that. And I have my own power, and I don't ask you. Everybody has their own power. We don't ask anybody else to give their power away to us, because we don't need to. We have our own. We know our own. We all become unique individuals in a oneness, in the oneness. We're all one, and we all matter. But at the same point in time, We have our individuality for being who we are to be here. So you might be an artist. I might do something else. But we'll all have what we do, but it's going to be freely accepted by all others in the same community, and we'll all have oneness.
Right before you came on, we were using a Star Wars analogy where
Mhm.
everybody has the Force within them, but
Mhm.
not everybody trains their ability to use the Force and that power. So I like what you're saying there, that we all do have that ability, that power within us. But I think it's the same kind of thing where if we're not training ourselves to elevate what that looks like for us, then those people who don't want to put in the effort might go to somebody else and be like, I'm going to suck the Force out of you. I'm going to eat that. It's going to be mine now. And no, that's not how the world works. Is if you just put in the effort to learn about you, to grow your own power, then you can have as much power as you want. But you got to put in that work.
See, I don't know that that's necessarily the way that I see it for the future.
Ooh, continue.
We don't have to imagine how to use our power. We will know, because an artist knows that they are an artist.
Yeah.
In whatever form or fashion they know it. But that art might be used to help people. Someone who is a carver may be carving, whatever people need. Whereas someone who is a painter or a musician, or whatever role it is, and that's just artists, that's not everybody else, but everybody knows who they are because they've never been told you have to be in this box, that doesn't work in this box, you can't do that.
Right.
So everybody knows who they are, everybody has their own power, keeps their own power, doesn't ask anybody else to give their power away. And at the same point in time, they don't have to work to access it. It's just
It's there. It's there. Yeah. So we were talking to somebody earlier, and we talked about identity and how we identify with things. Sometimes maybe that we shouldn't. And so this reminds me of that a bit, in that, we might grow up, in the environment that we're in, with the people that we're with, that identifying that we need to be in this box or check these boxes, as Laura's saying, when really we know inside ourselves what we want to do, and we just have to trust enough to do it and share that information, share those talents like you're doing. Just trust and share, and know that it does have an impact. It will impact the right people.
And at that point in time, when we get in that, what I'm talking about for the future, we don't even really need to work that hard. It just is all is, and everybody is accepted equally and has equal access to all resources that they need. And so all this nonsense and noise that's going around us right now, it disappears. And we all get to live freely in who we truly are.
What I want to say there is, if we let go of ego, but there's a lot of ego in our world right now. So, yes.
Well, that's one of the pieces. I mean, and that informs so many of the events, things, whatever you want to call it, that's going on around us right now. And it's, I understand it's a difficult time for a lot of people. And I understand that it's going to probably get more difficult before we get to where we're going. But that vision is what keeps me in the space, in the energy that I am in, that I choose to be in, and that gets me through all of these tough times. And I think that's important for everyone, is to have a vision of what's on the other side of this. What do you see on the other side of this that can keep you going through all of these tough times?
Yeah.
I know you mentioned, Leigh, already how you share this message. You just feel inspired to talk to someone in the grocery store or wherever. Then, sorry, Laura, I know you were going to say something there, but just comes to me right now, that how are you getting this message out there? I mean, is there something more purposeful that you're doing so that people can hear what you're saying and maybe they can find you easier?
Well, I do have a website, which is handletheshift.com. I also have a YouTube channel, and the YouTube actually asked me, they said, if you'd like us to promote you a little better, you could turn this into a podcast. And I'm like, oh, I guess I can. So I went through the steps. And so now it's actually been turned into a podcast also. It's called Human Conversations. And in order to find it, you look up on YouTube, Human Conversations, and my name, Lei, Lei Moore, Mohr, and you will come up to my channel. And that's how I reach my target audience better than anything else. Is they're on YouTube and such.
They're
at
looking, they're
videos.
curious, right? People are curious and finding you. Laura?
I was going to ask the same question. I was like, what are the ways that you choose to share? So you have a podcast.
I have a podcast.
Yeah. Have you been on any stages yet?
I have been on all sorts of stages. If you look up my name on YouTube, you will see me all over the place.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
I've been on Next Level Soul. I've been on Love Covered Life. I've been on Jeff Mara. I've been.
Wow, Lei, that's fantastic. Wow.
And I'm not bragging about that. I'm just saying, if people want to find me, I'm there.
You're very with your message. Like it's the message. It's not about ego, or it's about you getting that message out there and living your truth.
For me, it's very, very much about not just getting the message out there, but really these younger people, younger adults, who they're the ones who will create this world. And right now, they're all so lost and feeling like they don't belong. They need to know, not only do they belong, they have a purpose in being here, and that they have a reason for keeping themselves here and finding their way forward. And if we can help them move through this and heal all of that nonsense from the past, then they're going to be much more able to create this world of the future.
Lei, you need to be on TikTok if you want to reach those younger people.
I have a thing against TikTok. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'll leave TikTok for the younger ones. It's all good.
Well, no, but I mean, that's where they're all living, right? So
I know.
But,
I think that was one of the only ones that I was like, no. you can do other ones, but not TikTok.
Well, I've got Instagram. I mean, it's kind of the same.
Yeah,
that's right.
Have you done any writing yet, Lei?
I have several books that I've written. The last two, I can't say that I wrote them, but my name is on them. They were both written very, very quickly, and I was told, something. It's one of those things that kind of happens. 3 o'clock in the morning, you want to be asleep. Suddenly you're awakened, and there you're told, get up and write something right now. Can it wait? No, it has to be now. Oh man, okay. And I got up and I wrote these last 2 books. The last one, which is called There Was No Fear. The one before that is Dream It, See It, Live It. Both written not by me, but my name is on the cover. And the second one, they got me up, and the first night they wrote the entire outline in a matter of a half an hour.
Wow.
And within 2 weeks, the entire book was written. I took it to my editor, and my editor looked at it and wondered about it. And so she said, we need to talk. And the first thing, when we started talking, the first thing I said is, you need to understand my audience. And I told her who my audience was. And she said, in that case, it's perfect. My son is in that, and that's exactly what he wants. And it's perfect. Not a word needs to change.
Nice.
And not a word was changed.
Nice.
Channeled the whole thing is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Channeled the whole thing.
Yeah.
For my particular audience. It's not, That audience, as we have been discussing, is very much about give me the information right now, right up front. I just need it like I would have it. This is the tech generation that I don't want to read through all that words. I just want the information.
Yeah.
So Dream It, See It, Live It is written in snippets, and each page is one snippet. And There Was No Fear is also a short, to the point kind of book. It's not flowery, but it has the messages in it very succinctly and upfront. So much so that after I finished the first draft of There Was No Fear, and they gave me the name and everything, I thought, oh, I've missed this and I've missed this, and I need to go back and I need to look at. They were all there, in there already.
Oh, you thought you missed it and it was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'd put it in.
Okay.
So then, Leigh, we've also been discussing what other ways, besides the typical speaking, writing, podcasting, that people would love to use or already use to share their message. So do you have other ways that you share or that you would love to share your message?
I think that the best way is by creating a sense of community wherever you are. My community is worldwide. Theirs can be. I also have a local community here that I am part of. And I think the best way to be who you are is to be who you are, whether it be in a local community, whether it be worldwide community. But I think that's crucial going into these times in the very near future, but also the times to come that they are creating. It's all about community and being part of community in whatever fashion that happens to be.
I love that. I talk about community a lot. I start with the whole inner community. There are so many different sides of who I am and the multifacets of who I am that I need to feel safe and belong in my own community within me. And then reach out, because I tend to go, I want to message the world. And then I forget it has to start with me. It's like, okay, if I can get clear within me and if I can feel loved and nurtured within me, then I can start going out and branching out. So like we have about 7 minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you, and then we will continue on.
Okay. Again, where to find me? handletheshift.com, YouTube, Human Conversations, and my name, or just my name, and be on YouTube and be my name, and you'll find me all over the place. And that's and you can find my books on Amazon. You can find them, they're out there. They're easy to find if you're looking for them. And again, the titles of the last two are Dream It, See It, Live It, and There Was No Fear.
Do you have any of them beside you that you could show us a physical copy? We love to see the covers. So yeah, please do.
Dream It, See It, Live It. Is that what it is?
I know I'm a visual person. I won't remember titles. So like, show me the picture. And I'll be like, that's not the picture. That's the picture.
And visual too.
That's why I'm like, give me the tangible. There we go. There was
no fear. Okay, nice.
Oh.
And I think somebody needed my last copy of Dream It, See It, Live It. So
Okay.
I'm very good about giving those away if somebody needs them.
Thank you for the visuals, Leigh.
Dream It, See It, Live It has a blue cover with a rainbow on top on going across it.
Okay. Do you have a favorite way of communicating with people?
Just exactly what we're doing now. That as to how to meet them. This is the very best way to do it. But I think that when I'm communicating with people who come to me, my favorite way is one-on-one.
Okay. I know we had somebody that was saying how email is their favorite. Email is my least favorite.
Right. I know. I was surprised by that too. I'm like, that's
Like,
yeah.
I forget it exists all the time because I don't want to
And
do
not
it.
only that, most of us are on gazillions of email lists that we don't
Mhm.
care about, and we just click, 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 click.
Yeah. I think I have, I don't know, about 3,000, 4,000 emails I haven't even opened. Yeah. And that's just one. I think I have about 6 emails right now. So,
And I really think we're moving to a more visual society like this,
yes.
as opposed to, I mean, especially the younger generations. They don't want to sit there and read through all that stuff that's in the email.
No. Okay, the thing that does have me excited about email is I want to create an email that has basically 2 sentences. One sentence will be the awareness question, which is what that whole list would be about. And the second sentence would be, where the awareness question came from, a thank you, and then where to find me. That's it. You want to follow along conversation? Here you go. Otherwise, here's your one sentence, 30 seconds or less of an email.
And if you want to see my story, go find me on YouTube. If you want to see if I have any credentials, credentials have changed so much. It's not so much about do you have letters behind your name now, but do you have the experience that helped me?
Right.
And you want to see that, that's all over YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So I just want to make sure that we also hold some space at the end of an interview, just in case there's something on your mind or in your heart that you need to share. So if there's something that you would love to leave people with today, what might that be?
Just know that everything that we're going through right now is to bring everything up that needs to be changed so that we can see it. Bring it all up to the surface so we can see it and decide, do we let it go completely? Do we, break down the boxes? Do we take all the pieces of the box and make something better? What do we do with it? And these are the choices we will be making in the very near future as the entire everything that needs to break down breaks down. And the younger generations start to build and create the world that they want to live in.
Okay, quick question, since we have a little bit of time. What would part of your ideal world that you would like to live in, what would part of that look like?
It's filled with love.
Mm-hmm.
It's filled with beauty. It's filled with an earth that is completely, it's no longer used and abused, but it is we are part of it. It is part of us, and everything is in it is us, and we are it. And so this world is going to have clean air, clean water, and all resources come through us, with us, and are all one.
Aww. I get that feeling of, I did this one intention practice where we invited in the energy of different gods and beings and stuff. And I remember inviting in the energy of Gaia, or Mother Earth. And when I invited her in, it was not a separate energy. It was one and the same. Whereas everybody else I invited, it was this separate entity, the separate energy in front of me. And with Gaia, it was not. Like we are one and the same. It's all flowing. And I think that was the first time that I felt that oneness feeling. So I get that what you're talking about there. Yeah.
And how could it be else? We're all energy, and everything is energy.
It's beautiful. Thank you so much, Leah, for joining us and for sharing your heart and experience with us.
Thank you, Leigh. Yeah. Good to meet you.
I would love to invite you to join us just for the last couple minutes to give one of our favorite insights of the day. So I know you weren't here the entire day, but I mean, you were behind the scenes a little bit, and of course you were here for your interview. So Leigh, we'll start with you. What's something that just stood out in our conversation today?
I love the presence of both of you working together. And Laura, I've always loved your energy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What about you, Connie?
I love the messages everyone shared and the 3 words that they're sharing, but there is a little bit of a pattern. I mean, I heard love come up a lot, and that resonates with me a lot. I think that was the word I used when I was on one of the shows, and I heard kindness come up a number of times, and then compassion. So I think that's what I'm going to leave with today, is just remembering those things and remembering to be those things and inspire others to be those things.
You pretty much said what I was going to say. That's perfectly fine. No, I love it.
Sorry.
I love that somebody else recognizes patterns too. So yay, Connie. It really was that kindness, that compassion, that loving that weaved its way through all of our conversations today. Whether it's loving on yourself or having compassion for other people that understand your struggle, right? But then just that loving piece, to just hone in on that just a little bit more. It's the loving of yourself, the loving of your own experience in every experience. To start with love, that we're all love, that love makes us feel so good. And Leigh, you had mentioned that when you started that minor transition and you felt that unconditional love and you agreed to stay there, it reminded me of the first time I went into my Akashic Records and I felt that unconditional love. I got scared and I left. So I am celebrating you for feeling it and to choosing it. I just thought that was funny. Thanks for sharing. Okay, so for those of you watching, thank you so much for watching day 1 of Blue Talks Amplify Your Message. We had lots of people. Let's see, we had Brian Swift and Jay Abbasi. I think I'm saying his last name correct. And then Deepal Shah and, of course, Leigh Moore. Thank you all for joining us. Tomorrow is going to be day 2, same bat channel, same bat time. So, of course, we are on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. 10 a.m. Eastern is when we start. We go to about 2:30 Eastern, which is 3:30 my time. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Are we going to have a theme for tomorrow? I would love suggestions.
I'm sure we will. Right?
Today we talked a little bit about goals. Do you have any ideas, Leigh?
You know, I don't know, but I would gather that everyone right now is thinking about this time, how to get through this time, and what happens beyond this time.
Yeah, future. I think future.
Yeah, things to get through. Okay. Things. We're all writing this down. Things to get through. Just that whole energy of, we need help, we need support. How do we learn things today to
the best ways forward? The best ways forward. Yeah.
Awesome. I love that. I'm going to pull that in tomorrow. Thank you, Leigh. So again, it's 3:33 exactly. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to say much love and I will see you all tomorrow. Okay, so I'm going to end the stream and I will see you ladies behind. So go to click the button.